Hello, we are testing and starting soon.
Hi, Alex, right? Yeah, it's me. Oh, hello. Pleasure to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you. We're supposed to make this one. We have a stream with you and a little bit like that. Okay. So, let's go to...
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to Dublin. We really appreciate the efforts that all of you people went to. It's a really special week for us. This is a new concept, but we like to think it's new. And the man driving this whole concept is a very good friend of mine, Antonio. And
Hello. Hey. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to the first edition of Edge. We hope that you have a good time, and we thank you for being here. We really appreciate you being here. And why we came up with the idea of Edge? We saw an opportunity that was missing elsewhere. First of all, we wanted poker. We wanted to treat poker as something with limitless opportunities. We thought that there was the need of create something that was more focused on poker. We wanted to create something that was also targeting players. We wanted to create a place where industry leaders and players could join together, work together towards a better future for gambling and for poker. This is something that we hope it is designed to grow organically over time. It is open to everyone, free to everyone, so that everybody can contribute, so that everybody can participate and have fun. And we hope that you have a good time, and thank you everyone for being here. Enjoy Dublin.
thanks so much, Antonio. So we're just going to go straight into it because I know everyone wants to get in and play the cash games and tournaments. I know you're all anxious to do that. So I'm going to invite the speakers up. First person I want to invite, who I've just met recently, but he's having a big impact on me already. He is a really decent guy, and he's the front man for a really good company, Faded Spade. He also has another marketing company above the felt. Tom Wheaton, please take the stage. So the next person I want to introduce is Andrei. So I'm going to let each person just say a couple of words about themselves when they come up to the stage. Alex, president of the WPT. Thank you so much, Alex, for coming. Now, can we also have Aleksandrina? Hello, Aleksandrina. Thank you for coming. And Andres, is he in the house? Andreas? He'll be joining us soon, I'm sure. And Nataly. So we're going to get Andrei. Yes, there he is. How are you? So we have a moderator for the next few days. Ciaran, who'll be taking over. You won't be looking or listening to me anymore. But if you want to meet me, I'll be in the tournament area. So, Ciaran.
Thank you very much, Fintan. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. So, this is our opening panel, Live and Alive, Operators Powering the Future of Poker. Without too much more from me, I will kick in. So, I will ask Alex to start. Take the stage, sir.
Hi. I'm Alex Scott, and I'm the president of WPT Global. WPT Global is now the second largest online poker site in the world. Can we have a big cheer for that? Obviously, a lot of people in the room will be aware of what the World Poker Tour is, but I'm just going to give a little bit of background for the people who might not be aware of it, why it's special, why we're here talking about it today. So, as I was getting into poker about 20 years ago, the World Poker Tour was starting to air in the UK, where I grew up. And it portrayed poker at its very best. It was high-stakes poker, played in glamorous locations around the world. Like I remember watching it in the Caribbean, on cruise ships, in Las Vegas, in California. And it made stars out of people like Gus Hansen and Phil Ivey and Daniel Negreanu, who you still see today. The players who were the stars of the first poker boom, basically. And me and my friends who played poker together, we dreamed about playing on the World Poker Tour. We dreamed about making the final table, playing against people like Gus Hansen, flirting with people like Shauna Hyatt. It was poker at its very best, and it was a very aspirational thing. Since then, WPT has gone on to be broadcast in over 150 countries. It reaches hundreds of millions of viewers every year. It's a real poker sensation. Now, at WPT Global, we've been entrusted with this brand, and it's our job to represent that brand faithfully and do it justice. So together with the World Poker Tour, the reason we exist, our why, is we exist to make poker players' dreams come true. And we know that for different players, that means different things. For some, it's playing in the WPT World Championship in Las Vegas. But for some, it's playing a $500 tournament locally, right? And we know that we need to hit all of those bases. We need to support players at every stage of their journey. So we have, in our group, we have the WPT World Championship, one of the very best events of the entire year. And then we also have steps to get there. We have rungs on the ladder, if you like. So we have our own WPT 500 and WPT Prime events. And we also have a lot of grassroots partnerships. So there's an event running right now, a playground in Canada. We have partnered with events like this. You see we are hosting players in some of the VIP areas of the Irish Poker Festival this weekend. And then we have big presences at events like the WPT Prime at Dusk Till Dawn a couple of months ago, for example. These partnerships are great for everybody involved. They're good for us as the online poker site because we know that players who participate in live events are more valuable, about 2.5 times more valuable. But they're also good for the venues. They bring players to the venue and help boost guarantees. Together, we succeed. And that's where I will hand off to the next member.
Thank you very much, Alex. Round of applause, please. Tom, would you kindly?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. I just want to give a quick shout out and thank you to Fintan, Antonio, and the entire team responsible for bringing this together. It is a startup. Nothing great happens without being a startup. Gentlemen, nice job, and we hope this grows and grows exponentially over the next few years. You might be asking yourself, what does a guy who runs a playing card and merchandise company and marketing agency know about online and live poker? Up until about 4 or 5 years ago, not much, but I've had the privilege of serving as an executive consultant in the industry now for some great organizations, BetMGM, MGM, WPT Global for a little while as well, and some others. And whenever I come to a conference, I always try and take like one thing away when people speak. So that's going to be my goal here, is just to give you one thing to think about when it comes to online poker and live poker synergies. And really, it can be adapted across any organization, I think, and no matter what industry. For context, a few years ago, BetMGM, which really was the Party Poker US network, BetMGM is a company that is owned by Entain and MGM. They brought me on to help build some life from a marketing perspective into the brand and create the first omni-channel event or OnLive event between BetMGM Online Poker and Aria. MGM, obviously, prestigious live poker property. And one glaring thing that stood out to me across this entire experience was, while the foundation of everything you need to be successful in terms of qualifiers, satellites, the right price points, the right times of the tournaments, the right package for players because you want them to use their share of wallet on a satellite for a prestigious live event versus an online prize pool event. All of that is super important, obviously. This was a $1 or $2 million guarantee at the Aria that provided online players in Jersey, New Jersey, sorry, I'm a Jersey guy, so I still say Jersey, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a variety of states in the US that are coming online with online poker again. Obviously in Europe, this online and live synergies have been going on for quite some time. And how do we attract them to actually spend their share of wallet on this type of live poker satellite? And what we learned really quick is that it wasn't enough to have a beautiful 5-night stay at the Aria as part of the package. It wasn't enough to pay for their airfare. It wasn't enough to say we're giving you a buy-in into a prestigious first ever event with a high guarantee. What it came down to was this one thing that made a huge difference in online results and live results. And believe it or not, it was the player experience. What could we do that no other competitor could do in terms of providing these qualifiers and experience above and beyond the standard package? So here's what we did. And I'm just going to kind of go through it: who, what, where, when, why, and then try and apply it to whatever you do in your line of work to think about how you could do the same thing. So what? Okay, you know what? We're hoping to have 75 to 100 online qualifiers. Let's bring them all together in some capacity for a free roll. Let's give them a free roll before the tournament. It could be 5,000, 10,000. Okay, that's the what. A little bit added value, right? Number two, where do we do it? Well, how about we do it in a venue that most poker players would never be able to play in their life? How about we do it at the prestigious Poker Go studio, right? And just have a very exclusive private event just for the qualifiers in the Poker Go studio. Who? Why don't we provide them access to one of the best poker players in the world? Brand ambassador, Darren Elias, all-time winningest WPT champion, to play with them in this free roll, to give them advice on what to expect in the live tournament. When? Well, let's do it the day before the big guarantee tournament, because what we learned is so many of these qualifiers, they never played online poker. I'm sorry, they never played live poker. They were nervous, right? So how do we provide them some comfort? How do we get them to get a feel of the game live compared to online? So we did it the day before the tournament. And the why behind this, what I realized was, it wasn't just about the player experience for the online players, of why an organization should invest to do this. Yes, it made people feel great. It made people feel comfortable. It induced more traction in qualifiers and satellites. It created camaraderie online or on site and online. But for the operator, this provided a phenomenal medium for content to create FOMO. It actually also helped the relationship between the live operator and the online operator, because it was something tangible that brought them together besides just a marketing campaign or just an operational meeting, right? After the entire championship, what is the one thing 80 of those qualifiers, or the vast majority of those qualifiers, looked back on and said, that is why I was here. That was the best experience of the entire time. It was that. It was that free roll with each other in the Poker Go studio with Dara and Elias. The point I'm trying to make is, whether you're an online operator, live operator, or any business, those organizations that provide their customers an experience they can look forward to with excitement, and then you execute on that experience, and then those players or customers can look back on it with like amazement, like, I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I got the chance to do that. And this is the company that provided me that experience. You win their loyalty for life. And I think that is a big wave of the future for poker. It is a big wave of the future in terms of why customers will spend their dollars with an online company to enter a live event. And I just wanted to make sure that is one little nugget I was able to share today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tom. That has been very impressive to hear, so thank you. Nataly, please. You pass your microphone down. Thank you very much.
I'll take this one. Yeah.
Thank you.
So my name is Nataly Sopacuaperu. I've been in the gaming industry for over 15 years. I started out at an online operator called Unibet back then, now the Kindred Group. I was heading up there the events for over a decade, and I was responsible for the Unibet Open, which is a smaller event, not as big as yours, but nevertheless it was big enough to get noticed in the poker industry, but small enough to do the crazy stuff. So what we did, or what I would like to go into, is how we more or less use the platform, and also the poker platform that we use that. How we use that as a marketing tool. So we didn't use it only for, we were not able to generate the big prize pools, and that's also that I didn't want to compete for. But what I wanted to compete for is having like this amazing experience as well for the smaller players that was out there. So that was our strategy, and that's what that was my job. To make it exciting. So what we did was, for example, organizing events for places that nobody has been to or thought of. So for example, we would go to Sinaia and have their ski edition. For us, the Romanian market was back then very important. So we were just doing something that we felt like, okay, this is affordable, this is unique, this is something that they would like. Another thing that we were doing as well is, for example, using the platform to empower women in poker. So we created the campaign Queen Rules. So what we did with that was basically changing the rules of the game. So the queen outrang the king. And what we did with that, we organized the International Women's Days around 5 casinos around Europe. Invited everyone in. And the good thing about that was what we were trying to do there is make people think about, and the interesting part was changing just one rule for that game. Everybody was messed up. Like the player was messed up, the dealers were messed up, everyone, the media was messed up because we just changed one rule. And I think that was the cool part about the Unibet Open, that we could create this platform and have this amazing player experience, not only for everyone basically who visited us. The other thing as well is that the live events and the online, so I would like to discuss that connection as well. The Unibet Open was used to be, the poker software of Unibet used to be a micro gaming. And when it became a standalone software, so we went to Relax Gaming. That was in 2013 or 2014. And what was interesting to know about that as well is that the Unibet Open, so the live tournament offering, was basically keeping the poker ecosystem in place. So it just shows how important live events can be for an online operator as well in that area. So that's just my share. I wanted to just show what how you can use live events as well as a marketing tool.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, please, for Nataly. Andreas, are you ready?
Yep.
Your clicker is there beside you, sir.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm Andreas from PokerLoad. So today I would like to discuss the big difference between the live and the online operators and their unique selling points from different perspectives. So what does an online operator has as a unique selling point is convenience, I believe, as everybody thinks here. And in few clicks, you're online. So what makes then, on the different aspect, the live operator as a unique selling point? The blend of emotional intelligence, the human interaction and everything makes a special experience, right? For everyone. But then again, you see the statistics show that 33% of the poker players only prefer to play live. And then again, we go back to convenience. So there is where we came in as PokerLoad, and we tried to make things more convenient for the players and enhance the customer experience. So I think, and our main mission is to enhance the poker players' experience at the land-based operators. Our main vision is to become the main community for the offline world of poker. And as many of you, I believe, you've visited land-based operators, you came most probably across these problems. Either go and queue up on a long waiting list, or find no game of your preferences or stakes, or even find no game at all, and end up by traveling 45 minutes to go to the poker table and another 45 minutes heading back home. So, and then again, there's different preferences for each player. So there's a cash games players, there's a tournament players. And then in order to maximize, let's say, the customer experience, we came up with a platform that accounts into the solution all stakeholders of the poker industry. So we created a CRM platform for the poker rooms where they can manage and monitor their players and ongoing games. And they can publish them on the mobile app, the PokerLoad mobile app, where players can find all about nearby poker venues, book their seat, pay online for their entry to a tournament, and even book a taxi to take them from the place that they are to the chosen casino, poker venue. So more or less, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to enhance the customer experience, and I believe that there is a big interest for the land-based operators to blend technology in order to enhance the customer experience, and again, they need to use as well the online presence to cross-sell their land-based experience. In the aspect, let's say, having online satellite events where you can bring in customers and offer them exclusive packages to the players and visit the casinos. So that's it from my end. I hope you enjoyed.
Very nice. Thank you very much.
And as a closing, I would like to thank Antonio and Edge for organizing this. It's a big opportunity for us in the poker industry. Poker is a completely different game from other casino games. So we need to give that niche a bit of an extra value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, please. Now, Aleksandrina, please.
Is it on? Oh, yeah. Pleasure to meet you, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the invitation. I am not in poker myself, but of course I've been in gaming for a while to see that is always there. It's part of the industry world. I live in Malta. There are many events that are being organized in Malta. I did work for Entain at some point in the RG department, and I was analyzing player behavior, which included poker players. And that's one of the points of view that I want to offer, just to think about responsible gaming mechanisms to increase trust in the brand, because I believe that's something very important to think about. I saw how players play poker, like they can stay for 12 hours and then they can continue in another tournament. So it's important that there's someone there that's watching and maybe raising a question like, do you actually feel all right continuing for that long or spending that amount of money? And in my experience, this is something that really increases trust to the brand. And the other point of view that I would like to offer is from casino games, what can we take? What can you take to enhance your brand or your offering from a technology perspective, from the visual perspective of it? Because gaming it has many things to it. I myself, I sell slot games, but I also now sell instant games. So there are many also cross-sell opportunities that can be just considered. And Avatar UX, which is the company I represent, that's the brand identity to enhance the user experience of the player. How can we make it more special, more custom, more different, more immersive, more standing out? So yeah, I've been in gaming since 2011, mostly in slot providers. I do have some insights to share. To me, this workshop is about brainstorming, like what can each of us take and implement to make their product or the experience that they're offering better. And I think it would be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aleksandrina. Now, finally, Andrei, would you kindly?
Thank you. My name is Andrei Alecu. I am.
Sorry, your clicker.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
We knew something was going to go wrong.
Yes. So I'm Andrei Alecu. I am representing Let's Poker, which is something I founded around 10 years ago. And I got the pleasure to work with PokerStars, Unibet Open over the years and grow it into something. And I will explain how over the next few slides. So a little bit about myself. The clicker doesn't. Okay, sorry. Okay. So I'm the founder, CEO, and CTO of Let's Poker. I wear many hats, as a lot of entrepreneurs have to do. And I started programming when I was very young. And actually, that is not a lie there. You can go on my LinkedIn and check it out. I have actually 25 years of experience. I'm 38. I started actually programming when I was 8. I work for quite a lot of those companies were running my code at some point in time. And then around 12 years ago, I decided to take a sabbatical from my job as a lead software developer for this New York-based software company. And at the same time, poker was becoming legalized in my home country, in Romania, actually, in Romania. Nataly mentioned an event there. And there was a big boom at the time. I started playing a little bit of poker, then I played a little bit more. And I started seeing a lot of problems, for which I could see a lot of solutions, but researching the market, I couldn't find any of those. So what were the problems? So first of all, there were huge lines for registrations. That was one of the main issues, and they didn't have any digital system to make registrations and get them to move faster. They had a big stack of papers they would write with a pen that you would then have to go somewhere else. You would never know where you were going to go, so it was a huge mess. It was frustrating players. Besides this, because there was no digital system, there was no table balance. So you would go to some random table and then you would see that there are 4 players at that table and 8 at the other table. And when re-entries were made, you didn't know where to go. And for a poker player, what was most frustrating was that for myself, the clock was only updated once every hour or so. So you had no idea how many players are still playing. And this is still a thing that is going on in a lot of events today. And I decided to take this and fix it somehow. And I started Let's Poker as a side project. I gave it to the organizer I was playing at, the festival organizer. And let's see what happens. So first of all, I had to first create a system for registrations. But this is much more difficult than it seems because the system needs to know which seats are available. So in order for it to know which seats are available, I had to create an entire tournament management system, which had to replace the clock, had to replace absolutely everything. And it had to be able to track which seats are free and assign those as re-entries were made and so on. So this improved the process many, many times. Also because of this, everything was in real time. You could see eliminations as they were made. And if someone would register, you could see exactly that the count would go up, the number of players or rebuys would go up. So this also added a lot of transparency to the event, which didn't exist before. The players were always, they didn't know is the prize pool accurate, or they're stealing from the prize pools or whatever. So now you could verify this. Then what happened was in June 2015, around a year later. So I started this, I checked now, I started it in May 2014. And in June 2015, we had this event. You can see here a clock. This is a video I took. There is something that is going to be interesting here, which was an innovation at the time. So this tablet. Now every dealer had this app on their table. Just the clicker has some issues. Okay, so this tablet, so they could see where everyone is sitting. They could see all their profile photos there, so they could verify that players are sitting where they should be. They could eliminate players directly from their tablet, which was unheard of before. So now you could track exactly which seat is empty in real time without extra personnel. You could call the floor, you could enter rebuys, you could enter chip counts. So this chip count thing was what actually started another poker boom. I will go into that a little bit later. They could see the exact blind level, the tournament clock. A lot of things were possible on this. They could break tables, they could balance tables, a lot of things. So this was June 2015. And not a lot of systems have this even today. Now, also in 2015, I first created the Let's Poker mobile app. So because this was already in the backend and the system was cloud-based, which is also something new, you could run it on everything. You can even run an entire festival on your phone or an iPad or something. The full schedule of events was available in the app. So before this, side events would always get canceled. People didn't know about them, they didn't care about them. And because of this, side events started growing to something great. And they got more attendance in side events than the main events because of this app in the player's pocket. They could see the tournament clock in real time. So this was important when going, for example, on a break. You could come back, you would know exactly when you have to come back. You could see the total number of players still in, the prize pools. Of course, the blind structure was there for you to see. You would know when the breaks are. And as I mentioned earlier, you could see exactly who is playing and their chip counts. So this quickly became viral because of this. Players were checking their friends' stacks all the time. They could see at the final table who is playing the final table of a random side event, or if my friend is still in a satellite. So this also created less longer bets between players, and it was a huge deal at the time. So this is another event in December 2015, which had more than 1,000 entries in the main. It was a huge stress test for the system. So there were 60 poker tables running at the same time. The system, Let's Poker, managed everything. So main event, side events, satellites, cash games, everything. They had a tablet on all of these 60 tables, and the players could, for the first time, see everything in real time on the app. So this was quite amazing. And as Tom was saying earlier, this was a new experience for the foreigners that came for this event. Then they got hooked to the games in Romania. They came back over and over because of this thing. So it created a big community in Romania, which started snowballing from there, and it has been growing ever since. So then in 2016, PokerStars trusted Let's Poker with the Eureka Poker Tour. You can see there the tournament clock. They also had, of course, tablets on the tables, and I remember discussing with Thomas Lamac, who was the PokerStars tournament director at the time, and he couldn't believe that this existed, because they've been trying to improve what they had at the time for many years, and they decided not even to bring it for this event because they saw how much better Let's Poker was at the time. And then in December 2016, we had the Unibet Open. Nataly is here. So it was one of the ones in Bucharest. You can see here a tournament clock. It was a split screen, side by side. I don't think even now a lot of tournaments have this. I mean, a lot of the tournament management systems, which is a simple thing, but it greatly improves the quality of life of the organizer, the players as well. You can see them, you can split it in up to 4. And of course, you had the app in your pocket at every point, which was super important. Now, what is Let's Poker today? So today is a cloud-based management platform that has absolutely everything. It has tournament management, cash game management, player databases, KYC for legal purposes. You can track cash game hours, for example. You can see even tournaments, what tournaments over time. You can verify your attendance, cashier, points, everything. Leaderboards, cash game leaderboards, tournament leaderboards, which you can generate leaderboards in a way that is now using ChatGPT. Actually, you can tell it what you want it to do, and it will create a leaderboard with that, which is quite, you can do some very creative things. And the Let's Poker app, which is a complete real-time marketplace for these events. So everything, like I mentioned, is now published on this app. It's in real time as well. It's kind of the core of the product that I invented 10 years ago is still there. Now it's been improved a little bit more. You can even order food now on the Let's Poker app, or drinks directly to your table at a big festival, which is also quite important, I guess, for some players. For me as well, was important. Here, now Let's Poker today is in 17 countries around the world, on 5 continents. We started in Romania, like I mentioned, spread across Europe, and then Israel, then Australia. There are some smaller poker clubs in the United States as well, one in Canada, in the Caribbean. There is also something happening in Nigeria now, where poker is booming, and we'll have more clubs there soon. And we will be adding a couple of more, but I cannot talk about them for now. You will see. Follow Let's Poker on social media. And there is this thing about the app. So the Net Promoter Score is 83, based on more than 6,000 responses, which I don't think is heard of before in this industry. More than 3,000 5-star reviews, and this is not manipulated in any way. Trust me, it's for real. And we don't even try to get reviews from the people. This is just what they do. So it's 4.9 on each of the stores so far. And something here for perspective. So the Hand and Mob publishes every year how many visits they have. I think everyone knows the Hand and Mob, and they are the Hand and Mob and Global Poker Index. So they have 5.8 million visits every year. Site visits. This means someone gets to the Hand and Mob, browses around. They get there from Google, probably. So now Let's Poker has 2.8 million total app sessions. This is half of the Hand and Mob, but app sessions are very hard to get. You have to install an app, you have to open it, and these sessions lasts for 1.2 minutes on average. So this is not just usually the analytics are they track a session usually when it's at least 2 seconds, but this is more than a minute every time. So those are more than 3 million minutes used of players using the app in the last 12 months. So of course I love the hand and mob, but I think there is a lot of potential here, and this is growing a lot lately. And of course it's growing and growing and growing. I think it will improve quite a lot because there are only still around 30 poker clubs on Let's Poker now. 30, just 30. So imagine 300. Okay, so there is obviously making your players happy is super important for the bottom line. You can create much bigger events. This is already confirmed in Romania. And for example, Greece had the biggest ever poker festival just this month. It was run with Let's Poker. And 4 other countries that I know of had the bigger ever poker festival, and it was managed with Let's Poker. You can send push notifications, you can send overlay notifications, which are emergency notifications, and you can basically save thousands or even more just with a single notification. You can find active tables all the time. This was also important. You can get on a waiting list. This was super important for me because I was getting annoyed having to call the poker room all the time. Do you have any tables? Do you have any tables? And I would stop playing because of this. I had to fix it somehow. And obviously adds a lot of players' hours. And this is a case study of our customers that there is a calculator on the website with which you can calculate the profits. Yeah, so thank you. That was Let's Poker. Get in touch.
Round of applause, please, everyone, for Andrei. So, do you want the good news or the bad news?
We have a lot of time.
You have a lot of time. So, audience questions, please. Has anyone got a question first and foremost? You've listened to these wonderful people speak. I'm sure there must be something a lot of you would like to further dive into. Okay. So I guess that's my job, I suppose. Opening question. So amongst the 6 of you and your different backgrounds, your different experiences, I know, for instance, Alex, yourself and I worked for PokerStars, which would have given you quite a big insight over the years to how the industry worked on a large scale. I'll start with you then. What issues and what unforeseen challenges have you run into leading the WPT into this next phase? And what lessons have you learned from that you think could be transferred, not just in the immediate future, but that the whole industry could look forward to in the future?
But before he answers this, can we get him a pint of Guinness?
I'm going to need one. Unforeseen challenges. The problem with unforeseen challenges is that they're unforeseen, right? You got. Look, we are only 2.5 years old. We still are very much a startup, and we encounter challenges all the time. I think the important thing is the mentality that we have is we see those challenges as an opportunity to experiment and try new things. It's very important for us that we're not out here just being a smaller PokerStars or a smaller GG Poker. We know that people aren't looking for that. They're looking for something that's genuinely different from the market leaders out there at the moment. So yeah, we see each of these challenges as an opportunity to do something different, to measure it, to see what works, and to throw away the stuff that doesn't work and keep the stuff that does. And we are continually doing that all the time. That's part of our culture. We're also a very forgiving culture when it comes to making mistakes. If you make mistakes in our business, but you do it with the right mentality, the right mindset, and you learn from those mistakes, then that's absolutely fine. What we don't stand for is people who don't try in the first place.
Thank you very much. Andrei, same question to you, please.
Can you repeat the question again? So,
what challenges and unforeseen lessons and basically trials have you faced leading your company forward, and what lessons have you learned from that you could take forward?
Mm-hmm. Well, I discovered that live poker can be much more difficult than I thought it would be. So I think actually live poker is harder to manage than online poker because it's an analog process. It's an analog game to play live than play online, where the rules are very well defined. You have rebuys and sitting at the table. There cannot be mistakes. In live poker, a lot of mistakes happen. So every event that goes in a live poker event, like from the technological side, needs to be able to be undone somehow because everyone makes mistakes and they make a lot of mistakes. So the dealers and everyone, they have to be able to fix everything. And there are also network issues. Maybe the internet in the festival is bad. So you have to be super, super careful with how you design the software and to be able to be very resilient. And there is another thing. For example, Let's Poker is on all time zones. So it's in Australia, Europe, and America. And it has to have 100% uptime. You cannot go down when there is an event somewhere in the world. So that was super complicated as well to be able to have an uptime that I think beats so far in the last 10 years. There was no downtime. So once the cloud provider went down, but that was the only thing, and I was able to switch it to somewhere else and fix it. But yeah, I realized that live poker, there is no coincidence that no one else did this so far at this level. I think that's live poker because it's super, super hard, and there is not a lot of money in it also. So it would have cost multiple millions of dollars to do this with a different team, which is hard to get back, I think, because there's not a lot of money in live poker, unfortunately. So still, but there is a big potential to basically reinvent the live poker market. So I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. For Tom and Andreas, question I have for you is this. How much of a labor of love has been your respective companies and products going forward? There wasn't a lesson, there wasn't a manual you could follow when you both started out. So how much of it that a lot of people don't understand because of the levels you're both at now was just hard grind, perseverance, and a labor of love to bring your particular products to where they are now? I'll start with you, Tom. You have the mic.
Yeah, so I'll briefly talk about Faded Spade and Above the Felt, and I'll try and relate it to OnLive and the consulting part. So I think to have a business in this industry, like, you have to love poker. You have to be in love with the game on every level. It's a game of failure. 85, 88% of the time when you play a poker tournament, you are not making any money, right? Guess what entrepreneurship is? It's a game of failure. Most businesses go under in the first couple of years. So the biggest thing I learned from the entrepreneurship part is the only thing that gets you past all the failure and the failure and the failure is passion and persistence and heart. And then eventually you succeed. Then you fail a bunch more and you succeed. And you fail a bunch more and you succeed. But in this industry, I would venture to guess, I'd put money on it, that anybody working in the poker industry loves the game. Otherwise, what are we doing here, right? Like, you have to have a love for it. So passion, the love for it, the game having a deeper meaning than just being a game, I think that's critical for anybody that has a business in the poker industry. In terms of OnLive and live, when you are working with an online operator and a live operator, guess what? They don't always agree and they don't always have the same goals. In fact, sometimes the goals are completely different. Quick example, online operator. I want every single one of my qualifiers to be able to play any day one they want of this live tournament. Day 1A, day 1B, day 1C. Live operator. No, I want everybody day 1A. Why? Because that's going to help the guarantee. That's going to help the momentum for 1B and 1C. That's going to attract more professional players to play day 1A when they otherwise wouldn't. Complete disconnect. How do you get through those conversations? How do you build commonality through that? You have to bring everybody back to the passion they have for the game, remind everybody who they were when they first started out in the game, and make decisions based on that original passion for the game. Find that commonality. So whenever there is a disconnect in live and online poker, just remember everybody started out the same way in some capacity for a love from the game. Bring everybody back to that, and you'll have some success.
Thank you very much. Andreas, to you the same question.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Tom just said. You need to have a passion about this game in order to invest yourself in it. But I personally believe there is big struggles in joining this industry because it's a specific niche in the gaming industry. All the operators, even online, land-based, you name it, they tend to have poker as the least revenue source, and they lack in getting the opportunity from poker to cross-sell to other casino games. And that's one of the biggest challenges that I found is making the land-based or online operators to invest more in poker. And the problem is that they don't see the opportunity. They don't see the statistics that, you know, the new generations, when they tend to gamble, they want to gamble wiser. And that's why slot machines now, the biggest customers are 60s and above. So the statistics are there, and then they show that there is a big potential in poker. But we need to make the operators see this potential and embrace it. So that is, let's say, the biggest challenge in starting in this industry. And the other biggest challenge is that anything that has to do with gaming, you are a red flag especially in the EU, which is overregulated. So having especially a startup that hasn't have any accreditation or famous name in the industry or whatever, is a big challenge, to open even bank accounts or approach bigger operators in order to have you as a client and everything. So I believe that you need to have a persistence, believe in your idea, and try to get in other shoes so that you can make them see the opportunity in the poker. That's it. That's what I think.
Thank you. That's very informative. Ladies, I haven't forgotten about you, so I have a question specific for the two of you. What transferable talents and what transferable benefits do you see from other verticals that poker can look from? Poker historically has tried to stand alone from the other gambling verticals, and in a way that helped you grow a more traditional, a more rigid and staunch player base. But as we move forward, sorry to cut across, but as we move forward, many of the speakers have already talked about the benefits of cross-sell. So what do you think that other venues, other verticals, the lessons and the insight they could bring to poker that poker should listen to?
So we ventured into the esports. That's something that we did. But it's a tricky one. I think anything with gambling requires age restrictions. From the regulation point of view, it's very difficult. But we ventured in that. So we had, for example, an esports challenge where we invited sports streamers to get them into the poker game. It was very successful, but at one point we were like, okay, maybe that's not a good idea because you can't really, how do you say, take out like the
you can't restrict by age.
Yes, exactly. So that was the difficult part about that. So you have to be creative in that perspective, but that was one way where we could link it to the sportsbook product. That's something what we did. When it comes down to casino, what we did was having a Unibet open slots machine online, where we also gave away some tickets. So this is another way that you could do it. So you can, link it right there to get them into the poker product and the other way around. So these are just a few examples that I can give in what comes to mind at this point. But yeah, for the future, I think now, the live part is where you really need to look at where we can grow. I'm just figuring out myself now in my sabbatical what to do. So yeah, I hope that gives a bit of an answer.
Ms. Dimitrova, to you the same question.
Yeah, so there is the tendency that we see in casino that players want to play faster and faster and faster. That's something that, let's say, it's a limitation of having real people around the table that you have to wait for them to make a decision. In slots, we do offer this fast play as an option. And this is something that is in particular attracting high rollers to be able to bet large. For example, like you can play a lot with bet levels, different, maybe you can add different games in the same window. So if I'm a poker player and I'm being bored because it's the same thing happening again and again, so if let's imagine I find it at some point hard to keep focus. So it is something that could be taken not only from casino, but also Facebook and Netflix are introducing these small mini games that just something to play for a while, just to keep yourself sharp. That's another thing. There are many things that can be considered, of course. Visuals, when it comes to visuals, making it unique, just making it stand out, is something that has worked well for us. And now we're introducing customization. I'll talk about it on Thursday, which is unheard of, let's say, in slots on the visual side. But maybe on the poker side, it's not that uncommon to have custom settings on how something should look like. So these are just first ideas that come to mind.
Thank you very much. I have a wide question for all of you, so I'd all like you to have a stab at it, please. What sets you apart from your competitors? Let's be pleasant here, but across the board. So we'll start when Andreas, we'll just go down in order, cheers. What sets you apart from your competitors?
So I believe what sets us apart from competitors is that we're trying to build a community, rather a community, instead of just a platform to serve the land-based operators and the players. So by building a community, then it unlocks different features for the players and for the land-based operators, actually for all stakeholders of the poker industry. And that is our unique selling point, because through the community, land-based operators can bring also more customers from around the globe. So yeah, that's I believe that's our unique selling point from competitors. Of course, we will have unique features that are upcoming. I cannot disclose at the moment. But we have innovative features that are upcoming in the next few months, which will further enhance the experience for the players at the poker rooms.
Thank you. Nataly, please.
So I just want to be clear, I don't work for the Unibet Open anymore, but so yeah, what I think what set it apart was basically we, as I mentioned, we couldn't really compete with the big, with the big names in terms of like prize pools and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, what we did was basically focusing on the player experience and indeed the community building. And you could see that as well. You could see then the kind of players that would come back. I think it had like a very loyal customer base. I think like we had at one point players that joined in 2007. And in 2023, they were still coming. So we did something right there. So I think, if you can't really do focus on the big names, the big prize pools and all those things, then you need to be creative and think out of the box and focus on the stuff like the player experience. We really had to nail that one down, and I think we did. So yeah.
Mr. Scott, please.
Do you actually have a name for the things that make us different? And ironically enough, it's called WPT Global Edge. I keep coming back to this word edge. I named the loyalty program at Full Tilt Poker years ago, Edge as well. Something about edge just goes through my life, I think. So the three things that make us really special. The first is our relationship with the World Poker Tour and the way that we help players to fulfill their dreams with that relationship. The second is we believe we have the safest poker games available anywhere online. And that's because we invest more in game integrity than anybody else does these days. We have more people working on it, and we invest multi-million dollars every single year into keeping our games safe. And that includes developing state-of-the-art AI technology, which brings me to the third thing, which is we guarantee that every cash game is a great game. And this is something that really differentiates us at the moment, because if you play on Stars or GG or any typical online poker site, most of the time when you sit down in a cash game, you're going to be up against some really, really tough opposition. And the way that we balance our cash games, again, using AI technology that we call fair game, guarantees that every single cash game table has the perfect balance of novice players and experts. So those three things, our WPT Global Edge, are the things that make us special.
Thank you.
I would agree with all that as well. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to directly promote Faded Spade or Above the Felt, but I will.
Apologies.
But I will.
Best laid plans.
But I will. I was like, man, no, this is great. I'll just talk about the consulting. Briefly, Faded Spade, best poker playing cards in the world, preferred playing cards of the World Poker Tour, now the Irish Poker Tour, a variety of others, built from a place of passion by poker players, for poker players, and I am so excited about the international expansion to Ireland and UK and continental Europe now to grow upon the success we've had in North America. Above the Felt marketing agency, you know, not only do we work with top poker talent in the world, but also, you know, I think the things we've done for companies have actually moved the needle. So when someone chooses to work with us as a marketing agency, we're able to show through case studies that we've helped them drive business, new player acquisition, existing player reactivation, and that makes me really proud. In terms of this topic, live and online operators, through the consulting I've done, the companies that differentiate themselves are truly the companies that give a shit about the player experience, that really put money into it, that it's not just a talking point, like they do it through action. And when the online operator and the live operator have the same vision for something, and that vision transcends the whole industry, players feel it. And we've all seen on social media what happens when people don't focus on the player experience and they put the organization first, right? We've all seen it. And then what happens when organizations actually put the player first? They win their loyalty. So I would say that is the way to differentiate yourself. We're smart as players. Our job is to read people sometimes at the table. We know when we're being fed a line, and we know when organizations actually believe in it and execute it. So that's what I would say.
Thank you.
Yes. So Let's Poker does it. Okay. So for Let's Poker, what differentiates everything is that I didn't have any connections with the gambling industry before this. I only wanted to do something better for myself as a poker player. So, and it's also a bootstrap project. I didn't have any investment for it. And it's survived for 10 years now. It went through the pandemic where basically nothing happened for 2 years. I lost all the customers. I had no income for 2 years. And that didn't stop me. I even accelerated. So yeah, there is this, and there is this thing about the CEO of Google that said at some point that I've worked with developers all my life, and I always try them to do what I wanted, but they never do what I want. So that's one thing that I know poker, and I also know poker from an organizational side. I went behind the scenes and I got involved with absolutely everything, even moving tables around for a couple of years. And I knew all the pain points and also the players' pain points, and I'm also a developer with 25 years of experience. You can check it on my LinkedIn. And this thing, and I remember going to the ICE Gaming Expo in London. There was one of the two American competitors of Let's Poker there. And this was in 2017. So if you remember, in 2015, I had that tablet on the table, and they were working on a prototype of a tablet on the table, and it was probably years away still. And someone asked them, I was with some people, and they asked them, okay, how much does this cost? It costs 10 times as much as Let's Poker. maybe more. And they said that, frankly, we are trying to get our developers to do what we want, but they don't get it. So there is a lot of disconnect between developers and what they need to actually do and how to design things for a good product. I think that's one thing. And I don't know if I should say this or not, but
Too late now.
yeah, so at some point GG Poker wanted to acquire Let's Poker to put it on the WSOP, but I think that was not a good idea at the time. I want this to be a global product and not just a WSOP thing. I don't want to work for just someone. I want to work for the entire community. So yeah.
Thank you. You get 2 mics.
Yeah. What sets out our UX games apart from our competitors is that we have our own unique mechanic. That's the most basic thing. But what can be useful as information for everyone else is, and what is actually even more setting us apart, is that we have built our own community where we get direct feedback from players before we launch a game, after we launch a game. And it's because of this feedback that we've continuously improved our product. We also have quite good relationships with streamers and with affiliates. So we organize marketing activities with our partners to gather that feedback. And that feedback is the essence of our product agenda. Because in the beginning, everyone wants to create something different. Of course, everyone has their own vision. But the reality is we're doing this for players, and the best way to learn is and to engage with reality and to match it is to gather that feedback.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Has anyone in the crowd got a question, please? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Alexei and I'm from Ukraine. I'm a player of national Ukraine poker team. We have such interesting thing in Ukraine, and yesterday I was in Paris and I played at the final table on WPT event. Thank you, and I would like to prove that everything was very well organized. And I have a question to Alex. Despite the war in Ukraine, we're trying to develop poker, and we have enough success. And we played their GG platform, so Poker Stars, but we can't see WPT Global. Why? We are the second platform in the world, as you said, and we would like to play there too. And I would like to ask you, do you have some plans about Ukraine and maybe Valde about CS market? Thank you.
I'm really glad you enjoyed the WPT Paris event, and congratulations on the final table. So yes, look, we would love to operate in Ukraine in the future. It's the reason that we're not in Ukraine right now has nothing to do with the war. It has everything to do with the fact that Ukraine is a regulated market, and so far the only regulated market that we've entered is Mexico. We do have a plan to enter essentially every regulated market over the next few years. When we do that, we have to take into account the size of the market, how potentially profitable it will be, but also things like how complex it will be to develop the product to comply with that local market regulation. So the UK, for example, or New Jersey, which has extremely challenging product requirements and extremely challenging operational requirements, will take a lot longer. Ukraine, I think, will be somewhere in the middle in terms of how difficult it will be. But yeah, it's only a matter of time before we are ready to enter more markets, and I really look forward to entering Ukraine. I have visited once in the past, can't wait to go back. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hi, guys. My name is Law. I'm actually visiting from Dubai. So nice to see you guys. I have a question for Alex and Tom, maybe both you guys. Two-part. One is, in today's scenario, from big picture point of view, which do you think is actually healthier, live or online poker? I know they both have their challenges, but if you had to pick one, which would you say is healthier? And two, when you talk about expanding into new markets, which do you think is more important, live or online? You know, especially when you talk about getting into, let's say, new geographies, new markets.
So I'll start, and I think my view is that industry-wide, live poker is in a better, healthier state right now. I think online poker is facing, as an industry as a whole, online poker is facing some really difficult challenges, like bots, for example, and the use of real-time assistance, which we will talk about. I think it's tomorrow. I'm appearing on a panel tomorrow. So we'll get into it in some detail, and I'll talk about the history of that problem and how it's evolved and where we are today, and also talk about the threat that it brings to online poker in a bit more detail. Live poker, on the other hand, yes, it has challenges, but they are nowhere near as existential as the challenges that online poker faces. And you only have to look at how quickly how quickly live poker is growing at the moment. Look at the WPT World Championship, for example, or the World Series of Poker, and the growth that they've experienced over the last few years. It's clearly doing very well. I'll pass over to Tom.
Yeah, I would actually tend to agree. My answer was going down the line of it depends, but I hate when people answer like that. So I think on the online poker side, there are more barriers to growth because of the regulatory environment, right? And I think it's going to take a partnership between a lot of the major online organizations that have sports, casino, and poker to break down those barriers from a regulatory market the same way they did for sports betting. Now, a lot of those companies broke down the barrier for sports betting because there's a lot more money to be made in it, right? So now, how can those processes be replicated for poker to help expand regulatory, expand geographically, whether it's in Europe or whether it's in the States? That's a barrier right now. I also think the cost for customer acquisition is quite high. New player acquisition online right now. Live poker, I think, the growth we see in live poker is a volume play. It's being driven so much, like we are in another poker boom, right? We are, but it's not like the old poker boom where it's like millions coming in because of online poker. It's like people in ones and twos because of influencer marketing and content creation and new poker rooms opening all over the place and people finding a passion for the game again, right? People are consuming poker content on YouTube more than they did years ago on TV. And that's really helping the boom in the live poker market. The thing that I think the live poker operational strategy needs to look into is this. How do operators make live poker more profitable, right? Live poker tournaments and poker tournaments traditionally have been a marketing vehicle for a variety of other types of avenues of poker. So in the live poker realm, yes, we're seeing this huge growth and explosion across the world. How are companies going to do it in a way that is more profitable for them? And then what percentage of that profit are they putting back into the business for new player acquisition, for existing player re-engagement? So I think those are the two challenges on each side, but I think in live poker, it's much easier to overcome that than it is the barrier of growth in online poker.
Thank you very much, Tom. Anyone else? Okay, our six panelists. Yes, Alex, do you have a question between each other? This should be interesting and fun.
I don't have a question, but I do have a couple of observations based on what the other panelists have said. First is that Andrei's 38.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
Wow. I don't know what it is, but well,
it sucks being the bald guy when you're sandwiched between two guys with such great hair and look so young.
I'm getting myself some Romanian spring water or something like. Also, I'm also working on getting my session time above 1.2 minutes. Tough crowd.
Right, so
he's talking about poker, guys. Cash game poker.
My second observation is actually both Nataly and Tom referred to things that they had done at live poker festivals that allowed their participants to make memories. So Tom spoke about his free roll. It was the thing that everybody remembered afterwards. It wasn't the main event that they played. It was the free roll beforehand when they got to play against each other and learn from one of the pros. And Nataly spoke about queen rules and changing the game, and that will have been something that people still remember today. And I think that's absolutely crucial when it comes to both live, well, primarily live poker. I've played millions of online hands, can remember maybe 5 of them, right? Live, the reason that people are there is to make memories that they remember for the rest of their lives. It's to fulfill their dreams. So important for us to find ways to make the live poker experience memorable, especially for our VIPs. That's one of my key takeaways from this panel.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I agree with the whole with the making memories, and I think that's also, you know, when it comes down to players playing online. Throughout the years, I've seen also a lot of friendships basically blossoming in the live environment because they met each other online. So yeah, I totally agree with that part, to make it memorable, and I think you can only do that in a live setting.
Okay. Well, my takeaway from listening to all you wonderful people and all your expertise and your insight is, especially for live poker, what separates it from so many other activities and so many things we could do at a time is that experience. You want to have felt something as a result of playing live poker, akin to almost going to a live music festival, where you don't get that in other forms of gaming. You want that experience that I have these memories going forward forever. You should have been there when. Thank you very much, anyone. If we've any final questions? Andreas.
I've got a question for Alex. Alex, you mentioned before a new feature that you have on WPT in the cash games for the AI, let's say, regulating the tables in terms of expertise. But being at the edge and having discussed the competitive edge, how did the players react when you came into picture and remove that competitive edge, let's say, from the professional poker players, or while playing on the tables?
Yeah, so
what was the reaction from them? Sorry.
I'll be honest and say it was mixed, and one of the reasons for that is that people didn't understand it very well, and we've spent a lot of time trying to figure out what is the best way to communicate what we're doing, because if we're not good at communicating it, people will assume that we're doing something nefarious and scary, whereas the reality is what we're doing is we're being completely transparent, and it's not scary at all. It's actually good, better for everybody. So once people understand it, they accept it generally, because they realize that no matter what kind of player you are, it's actually better for you. If you're a pro, you don't want to be at a table with 7 other pros. You're not going to have a good time. You're not going to be successful. Similarly, if you're a complete novice playing your very first game, the last thing you want to be doing is playing against 7 professional players. You're not going to have a fun time, and you're not going to have any chance of succeeding. So our system, Fair Game, makes every game a great game. And once people understand it, they love it.
Absolutely, it's brilliant, and I must say that it was very brave from WPT to try this new feature and risk in terms of the players' reaction and how they conceive it. So yeah, well done.
Thank you. I mean, to echo Tom, I don't want to take all the credit, but I will.
You can. The evidence is here. Well, thank you everyone for this panel. If we've any last contributors? No. Thank you everyone for this panel. Will you please give a round of applause to our wonderful speakers?
We thank you.
Now, first one done.
Thanks.
I'd like everyone to please leave stage, except for Mr. Wheaton.
Will you share first thought? Would you share your first thoughts on camera? Okay. Nataly, how was your first?
Everyone, we are going to start a panel with Mr. Wheaton in about 3 to 4 minutes. If you want to grab a coffee or get some air, 3 to 4 minutes, please, for Mr. Wheaton. Thank you very much. Hello? Can we check Tom's mic, please?
Probably not. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Check, check.
Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, hello? Can I grab your attention, please, for our second panel with the fantastic Mr. Tom Wheaton. Tom, thank you again for joining us today. You're familiar with this stage now at this point.
I'm
so-
comfortable. I shouldn't have changed chairs. It was so comfy.
Well, take it away, sir.
So we have about 15 minutes, and I think the purpose of this. Good. Yeah. Okay. So we have about 15 minutes, and I think the purpose of this session was really to have a nice discussion, or if there are any questions anybody has about the entire brand ambassador, poker influencer kind of world, right? And how working with brand ambassadors, poker influencers can help drive business. Or if there are people in the audience who are a poker player and want to go down the road of becoming a creator or an influencer in some cases, like we can talk about that as well, and I'll give as much insight. I know Dara is here, who's been in the game for quite some time, has a lot of experience working with different organizations, is an ambassador himself. And so for the next 15 minutes, we can have a very free conversation. But yeah, I think the purpose here is, in today's day and age, kind of how is poker ambassadorship, headliners versus micro-influencers, how is it kind of affecting the industry?
That's really good, Tom. So we talked before when we first met, and you made a very good point about how there's so much opportunity for expansion for the micro-influence and for the poker players that they don't naturally see themselves. So your organization and your fantastic work helps bring these people into the next generation of household names. Is there any immediate stories or any anecdotes you can give us where you've seen surprise success with certain people?
Yeah, absolutely. So for context, one of the businesses I own that we are sponsoring here tonight is Above the Felt. We're a leading marketing and talent agency. We work with some of the top poker professionals, content creators, influencers in the industry. And our job is like a sports agency that didn't totally exist in poker before a few years ago, right? So think about what sports agents do for players. They, on their behalf, will seek out endorsement opportunities, appearance opportunities, marketing opportunities to monetize their influence. In poker, we have come into an age now where so many organizations in the industry and out of the industry didn't totally realize the power that some of these poker players and influencers had in terms of bringing brand awareness to their business or helping drive actual revenue growth for their business. And there are a few examples I'll give to your question. So in the poker industry, what I find is brands either want one of two things when working with an influencer. They want to work with that influencer to help increase the credibility of their brand. So an example of that might be, okay, BetMGM, they want to be taken very seriously. They want one of the best poker players in the world to represent their brand, to use their name, image, likeness. They don't really care too much about the content side of it. So they choose to work with a Dara and Elias that brings them all those things, right? Then you have some other companies like WPT Global, Poker Stars, others who they have brands that people know across the globe, and they might not need to work with an ambassador to help them with brand exposure, but they might want to work with somebody who can help them bring them new players. So an example of that might be working with like the poker vlogger of the year, Jamin Burton, right? Or Ashley, or these content creators who are also poker players. Maybe not poker champions like a Jeremy Osmus or a Darren Elias, but they are content creators where literally hundreds of thousands of people consume their content. And most of them are poker players. That's an audience now where these organizations can partner with that influencer to drive new players, right? And it's very specific to the goals. That's within the industry. And then you have folks like Matt Berkey, right? One of the highest stakes cash game players in the world. Not only is he one of the best cash game players in the world, he's also got the award-winning Only Friends podcast. So he's also a content creator. And some organizations will say, hey, look, this gives me an opportunity to have brand exposure and help drive actual revenue growth. So I'd like to work with Matt. So it really depends. Out of the industry is a very difficult landscape. Because one, whether it's a European organization or North American organization, so many companies outside of poker still connect poker with gambling. And a lot of them don't have the authority to make business decisions to partner with gambling companies, right? So we spend a lot of time trying to educate people that poker is not gambling. Poker players are not gamblers, right? This is a strategic game. A poker player has a hell of a lot more in common with a professional golfer than they do someone who's just playing blackjack or the slots, right? This is an education that is continual. It's one of the reasons we produced that documentary Dreamers a few years ago.
I was just going to actually come to that.
And it did work pretty well with outside organizations to the point where I remember Lexus was doing everyone knows the brand Lexus, right? They were doing some kind of special top performer trip. And it was in Las Vegas. And, they said, well, we've never partnered with a gambling company before, but we might be interested in having one of the people from your talent roster come and speak to the team about the commonality between business strategy and poker strategy, right? I look at that as a huge opportunity. Microsoft asked us the same thing. And it was so hard to get approval within those organizations. Maria Konnikova, best-selling author, poker champion with Microsoft, Matt Berkey, obviously, we talked about him with Lexus. And it came down to one of the decision makers just had to truly understand they were partnering with a credible company, the Above the Feld agency, with a credible poker player where their name, image, likeness would align with their brand and not bring their brand down. And through that, when we actually got the opportunity to speak to these outside industry organizations about the parallels between poker and business strategy, it was eye-opening. But those opportunities are few and far in between. So I'm thankful we have those opportunities, but it is a constant business development approach to try and get those opportunities, and then people don't truly get it until they get it, right? And it's on us now to take those types of things that the poker influencers have done and get it out there so people know that we can add so much more value as poker players outside of the industry to help brands grow, to help speak and do appearances and connect poker strategy with business strategy. So it's an ongoing effort, but it's one I believe, we can kind of break the walls down.
Thank you very much, Tom. Something came to mind when you were speaking there in the earlier panel. You and I have both worked for multiple different organizations over the years in different capacities. Have you, like I, seen the same sort of mistakes or the same sort of voids of experience and opportunities throughout those different operators? Do you come in both your consultancy and with your two fantastic ventures, do you come into the exact same repeat problems?
Yeah, it was a lot more prevalent 5 years ago, but slowly turning the corner today. So many companies in the industry, out of the industry, they put too much value on traditional marketing tactics to drive new customer acquisition or to drive repeat business, right? If, let's say, a company has $1 million budget for marketing, still to this day, I am shocked how many companies have like 75, 65% of that budget still towards traditional marketing. It's still that way. And I think it's a common mistake, because when you look at those traditional marketing vehicles, they might have worked in the early 2000s. They might have worked in the mid 2000s. Nowadays, what's working? It's influencer marketing, it's digital marketing, and a combination of the two. What's working better than both of those is experiential marketing. So I think a lot of companies have made the mistake where Above the Felt might reach out to them. Let's say it's a beer brand, right? And we're trying to say, hey, look, Bud Light, we would love for you to work with Chris Moneymaker, right? Chris Moneymaker started the poker boom. He's one of the most recognizable faces in the world. And we'd like to work with you in terms of him representing your brand in certain aspects. We'd like you to be sponsored, with Chris, where you can wear your patch, you can talk about your brand on interviews, you can be part of the Moneymaker Tour. There's a whole circle of available obligations that players can do, which we can talk about. And the common response is, we just don't have that in our budget. We just don't have that in our budget, right? And when I dig deeper into it, it's because a lot of the budgets are still spent on billboards or this or that. And I try and tell people, like, man, for the price you pay for 1 month of a billboard, you can literally get 1 month of marketing and promotion from some of the top poker players in the world. And that's actually going to drive your business right away. But again, very tough conversation to have. Typically people get it or they don't. And you really need somebody that loves poker in that corporation as a decision maker to want to get the actual yes.
Okay, well, that's the commonality, I think, across both launching this event ourselves and we'll find across the week, and you would know that I've found it years. Poker players are few and far between in regards to the larger population, especially in the business environment, even though there's so many transferable skills we can learn from poker into business. They're so few and far between. Has anyone any questions for Mr. Wheaton? Yes.
Regarding sponsorships, I always had a dream that at some point poker could become a sport like tennis or something else, where there are sponsors driving a lot of the prices, but maybe not the prizes, but at least to not have any rake. Is that something you think could be possible?
This is something it's a great question. So think about professional golf, right? You have some of the best golfers in the world who are playing some of the best, most prestigious poker tournaments in the world. Where does that prize money come from? Does it come from the golfers buying into the tournament with their own money? Nope. It comes from the sponsors who recognize the value of that golf tournament and being associated with it from a brand standpoint because of the players and because of the organization, the PGA, right? Now, we don't have like a PGA in poker, right? We have a bunch of separate companies. But then you look at it from the player standpoint, and different golfers can be sponsored by different brands because they believe that that golfer represents what their brand's culture is. In poker, we are still in the infancy of people realizing the value that a player will bring to their brand, that the thought of an organization saying, we're going to sponsor this poker tournament and we're going to give $50,000 to it, and we're going to call it the Chevrolet poker tournament, the Ford poker tournament at the X resort, and not only are we going to sponsor the tournament, we're going to make it a free roll, and the most popular poker players in the world are going to play there. For them to really get that value, we need a case study. And we don't have a ton of case studies, if not any case studies. But that is a vision I would love to be able to help lead for this industry. I think it takes intentional action between myself and others in the industry that are involved in this in some capacity, and just a hell of a lot of business development. You'd have to reach out to hundreds of organizations with a value proposition for it, help them understand if you're asking for $100,000 for this, what value they're going to get back. You have to put the weight of here's the value you're going to get from for your brand, for brand awareness. Here's the value you're going to get for actual new customers, And I think we just have to continue grinding to try and work it out. But I'm glad you asked that question because it's something I've thought about a lot. It's not something I have focused on too intently. Maybe I will for 2025 and see if we can't put something together and try and get that first actual case study of that PGA Tour style tournament that's sponsored by a huge brand and try and bring something like that to poker. That would be one hell of a vision and one hell of a goal.
I'm looking forward to that. Is there anyone else, please? Okay, Tom, any questions from yourself?
No, this was real quick. I know we could go into
a lot.
Okay,
my dearest apologies.
First of all, I resonate with what you say because I used to play poker myself. and I didn't know what I was good at until I stopped.
Mhm.
So I got my first, when I had my first startup business, then they knew me, so they wanted like give me money and invest in me. So I totally get it. My second question is, my question is, when you have this agency, do you recruit people or do people come to you? How do you find the talent?
Yeah, great question. So it was very much a startup, and I know I only have a couple minutes, so let me just go through this real briefly. One, we started with the core four. It was people I had relationships with that I knew, and maybe they didn't see it in themselves, knew could do this and do it well. So the first person I called was Jamie Kerstetter, obviously one of the leading ladies in poker. Great social media presence, absolutely likable, loves the game, has a passion for the game. She was the first person I called. Matt Berkey was the next for very similar reasons. Great at also connecting business with poker. And then Darren Elias was the next, who never saw this in himself, but now has turned into one of the biggest brand ambassadors for one of the biggest companies in the game, and is really taking it on and loves being a leader for the industry as a player and now as an ambassador. And then obviously Chris Moneymaker, because he's Chris Moneymaker, right? Everyone knows Chris. From that point on, I would love to say it was really strategic, but it wasn't. It was like, you know what, I got to know somebody. I thought they might have value for themselves, for the agency, and I'd have a chat with them. Now we're at a point where we give people the ability to connect with us through our website if they're interested in being part of the agency. And then also, like, if there is somebody in the world of poker that I think would be a great addition to the team or be able to add value to companies in the industry, I'll give them a shout. But that's where we're at in terms of recruitment. Great question. Thank you for the question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tom. Any final thoughts?
No, hey, anybody that wants to talk about the world of brand ambassadorship, ambassadors, influencers, hit me up. I'm here all week and happy to have the conversation.
Thank you very much. For everyone who's unaware, Tom and the Faded Spade booth is outside. I want to thank a genuinely delightful man. So thank you very much, Tom. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll take a short 5-minute breaks and then our next speaker will be on. Okay, thank you very much. Hello? Yes. It's plan one. Okay. Number 3. 3 and 4, please. Hello? Dara. Can I please have everyone's attention,
hello.
please? I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Dara Kearney, prolific author, prolific poker coach, and former marathon runner. It is an absolute pleasure to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Yeah. It is on, number 3.
Okay, it's on already. We're off to a good start.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay, so for those who don't know me, I'm Dara Kearney. As you can maybe tell from the way I'm dressed.
Sorry, can we have number 3, a little more volume, number 3, please?
As you can probably tell from the way I'm dressed, I'm either a professional poker player or someone desperately pretending to be a professional poker player. Today we're going to talk about, there was some other long title for this which I don't remember, but basically it comes down to my own personal view of how poker should be promoted in 2025. It's a very different era from when I started poker. I started playing poker in 2007. And for those of you who are doing the mental maths backwards, yeah, that means I started very late. So I was pretty unusual in that respect.
Do we have a problem?
So what I really want to get into is just how poker is sold and how it's changed over the course of my career. But I'm going to start first of all with just talking about my own personal story, because this is obviously informs my opinions. I'm a former ultramarathon runner. I've always done competitive stuff during my life, and I've always had that competitive urge. And it was actually that which drove me into poker. I knew I was coming to the end of my running career because of my age. I saw poker on TV. It appealed to me as something which, it didn't seem to matter what age you were. Older people could do it as well. So I initially started playing online. My brother taught me the basics, and I started playing online free rolls. On my second day playing, I won £150 in a free roll on Ladbrokes. I had no real clue what I was doing, but I just obviously ran very well. And then I had that money online, and I asked my brother, what should I do with it? And he suggested playing limit cash on the basis, he told me afterwards, that that would be the slowest way to lose the money. But I continued to run very well, and I built up a bankroll from online to the point where I never actually had to deposit money online. My entire career has come from that initial free roll. When I told people this story earlier in previous times, this is a compelling way to sell poker. It's something you can start with pretty much nothing, build up, and have a career out of. And that was a lot of the way poker was sold in the early days. Content in the early days was mainly just poker books. There were no training videos, there was no Twitch, there was no poker on YouTube. There was a lot of poker on TV, but that was more at the entertainment level. For most people, I think when you ask them when the poker boom started, they say it started with Chris Moneymaker, and that's reasonable. That's when the numbers exploded. But for me, the real poker boom started with Doyle Brunson when he wrote the seminal Super System book. That really appealed to me and a lot of players because it sold poker as a strategy game rather than just pure gambling, which is different from the way poker has traditionally been sold. Poker is usually sold either as a mind sport. Online poker in particular has flirted with this down the years. Around 10 years ago, PokerStars made a major effort to sell poker as a mind sport. The idea that poker players were athletes competing mentally against each other. Or it's typically sold as gambling, just pure gambling. In my mind, it's not a binary choice. It can be both. So it doesn't have to be one or the other. But I think it's important to sell poker as a strategy game, irrespective of the money being risked, because that makes it a compelling game in and of itself. One of the things about poker, which makes it different from other strategy games, is the inbuilt variance. Now, most players understand this on a fairly superficial level. They're running bad, they're running good, that stuff. But people who really understand variance understand how variance is absolutely essential to poker. There's a reason why people won't play against chess grandmasters for money. There's a reason people won't play other strategy games against better players. In those games, you're literally drawing dead if you're the weaker player. That's not true in poker. That's what makes poker unique. Anybody who enters a poker tournament, every single person has a chance of winning that tournament. And that makes poker very, very different. Attempts to remove variance in poker, and there have been a few, end up in things like match poker, which ultimately lead nowhere in my mind, because the variance is absolutely essential. The gambling aspect of poker basically is also useful in life. It teaches us a way of looking at life, and I'll get onto that in a minute.
Problem with your clicker?
There's a slight problem. There we go. So, first of all, I'm going to talk about how poker ambassadorship has changed. Initially, when I started, every poker ambassador almost looked the same. They were either a well-established current player or they were a young up-and-comer. And that's because at the time, particularly the online sites felt that the only people they should really be marketing to were young people. And therefore, they got people either who were already established and known by them or people who reflected that demographic. Over time, thankfully, the industry has realized that that's a little bit too limiting. Young people, to play a lot of online poker, you need two things. You need lots of time and lots of money. And young people typically don't have that. Older people often do. It's very important to sell poker as a strategy game. And the reason for this is simple. As particularly online, this is a major issue. Player starts playing online, deposits money, loses it fast, redeposits, loses it fast, redeposits, up to a certain point, and then they realize this is not for me. Live, it's different. It happens over a longer time scale. People they don't have the bank records showing all their deposits, all this stuff. So it's easier to fool yourself, let's say. But online, it's brutally obvious that you are losing money. The first time I was an ambassador for a site was a site called Bruce Poker, and they operated on a skin. And the way it operated on the skin was they had their customers, the other skins had their customers. They got just the rate from their customers, but they had to pay also the deposit fees for their customers. They had one customer in particular who was a massive problem for them because he was the biggest losing player on the network. He would deposit a fortune every so often and he would lose it in 20 minutes. So they were getting hit with the deposit fees. I think he's there in the back actually, Fenton. He was losing the money so fast that the rake that they were getting from him wasn't compensating him for the deposit fees. So they hired me to coach him. And I went down, and he had very little interest in being coached, it has to be said. And I went back to them and said, this seems a little bit pointless to me. And he's never going to be a winning player. And they were like, winning player? What are we even talking about? We just want him to lose the money more slowly. And what I'm saying here is that this is essentially what you want your recreational players to be doing. You want them to be losing money more slowly and to have a good experience while they're doing it. If you sell the game to them just as put money online, win lots of money online, that's not going to work for most of them. If you put it on as, if you sell it to them as put money online, have a good time while you're playing, learn the strategy of the game, enjoy the strategy of the game on its own, on its own terms, then they'll have a much better experience.
We may need a new clicker.
So, in recent years, I've branched out into content creation. and I've written a bunch of books as well. They're all very niche books, but they've all sold way better than expected. So it's fair to say that there was a much bigger market for these books than the industry believed. The first book we wrote was on satellites, and the reason why I wrote it was Barry Carter came to me and said, "There's never been a book on satellites," and the reason for that is the existing publishers think it's too niche to sell. So we're going to have to publish it ourselves. So we did. We published our first book in 2019. It was the best-selling poker book that year, and we followed that with a bunch of other poker books, which are all very niche as well, but have all sold very well. The point I'm making is that there is a large market out there for strategy. It doesn't come from professional players. It comes from recreational players who want to be competitive, who want to have, they enjoy the strategy aspect of the game, and that's what basically draws them back. And they don't mind losing too much money, they just don't want to lose it too fast. So in my mind, strategy content is the gateway for a lot of new players. If you get them in and tell them, if you learn the strategy, you'll enjoy the game as a strategy game, and you won't actually lose your money as fast as if you're just treating it as pure gambling. There have been attempts down the years by the industry. I remember PokerStars about 10 years ago had their PokerStars school, which was very effective. But I think the poker industry probably has forgotten how important it is to give people a fair shake, make them at least feel competitive. So I think that's a good way to sell poker. So I'm going to talk now about three very different players. First player, I'm going to call him Larry the Whale. So Larry got into poker because he enjoys gambling. That's pretty much it. He obviously doesn't use bankroll management because he's very rich. In terms of online poker, he deposits a few times, but he loses the money so quickly. He just doesn't generate very much rake. He's similar to the guy that I was asked to coach. He will stop playing when he reaches a point where he's either lost more than he's willing to lose, and even if he has a big win, he'll probably just withdraw the money. And he will be easily put off poker by stories about stuff like bots, RTA, all of that stuff. So that's actually a turn off for him. So Larry, while he may be very useful for the live poker industry, I don't think he's particularly helpful to online. He just doesn't last long enough. And yet, in my mind, when I look at a lot of the way that poker is marketed, it is aimed at Larry the Whale rather than anybody else. Okay, now we're going to talk about David the Professional. So the industry has gone backwards and forwards on how important professional players are. In the Amaya era, Stars tried to get rid of them completely. So the professional is very selective of the games he plays. He has no real loyalty to one site. He'll obviously shift to another site if it's more plus EV. He will withdraw money from the poker ecology, assuming he's a winning player. So, you know, if you think about poker in macro terms, online poker, the money which comes in from the losing players, that gets divided between the sites and the winning players. And Amaya era Stars decided that we want all of that. So we don't want or need these players. But of course they provide liquidity, and that's super important. They may be staked, so they're not observing bankroll management. They'll be vocal in complaining if there are issues. They also may obviously engage in predatory activity to maximize EV. And this is why I understand the poker industry does have a mixed view on professionals. There are good aspects. They provide liquidity. They're likely to highlight issues, etc., but there are negative aspects as well. Third player I'm going to talk about is, I named him Ray the student. And Ray has income outside of poker. He tends to keep his poker money on site. He rarely withdraws. For him, it's a recreation. It's not an occupation. He doesn't want to be a professional. He generates a lot of rake because he does play a lot. He uses bankroll management, so he's unlikely to go broke. And he shows loyalty to poker rooms during online poker scandals. He's actually better informed than, say, Larry the Whale. Just because he read something in the Wall Street Journal about RTA, he's not going to suddenly pull all his money offline. And in my mind, Ray is the customer online poker wants. And this comes out of my own coaching. I have coached a number of people like this. And these are the people who continue to play year after year after year after year when others go from the game. Professionals, if they reach the point where they're not making enough money anymore, they stop. Larry the Whale stops playing online as soon as he hears about bots or RTA, or he's just lost too much money. So in my mind, poker sites are missing a trick, not marketing more directly to this type of player. The last thing I want to talk about is what poker teaches us outside of poker. And two of my friends have written books on this, Maria Konakova, The Biggest Bluff, and Alex O'Brien. And if I'm honest, when I've asked people that I meet for the first time playing live poker, what brought them into poker, probably more have answered Maria's book than any other single thing, be it Twitch or YouTube or any marketing that this thing has done. And Maria's book is so brilliant because it explains to a non-poker audience certain things about poker, how and what poker teaches us, like how to handle misfortune and also good variance, how our thinking should be process-oriented instead of results-oriented, and that we live in a probabilistic world with as opposed to a deterministic world. And these are all very useful lessons that poker teaches us about life. There we go. Okay, any questions?
Does anyone have any questions for Dara, please? Okay, one gentleman.
Hi, I certainly wasn't expecting to see a picture of the Cube in any of the presentations this week. But the Cube, Match Poker, these initiatives by sites, by third parties, have failed. And I think in the last few years, the industry's reverted to type where operators are just trying to be operators. And that leads into your thing about, was it Larry? Not Larry the student. I want to say Sammy the student because we were talking. They should have
Ray.
Yeah, they should have been alliterations, and I'd be able to remember them. What I'm trying to say is, do you think those gimmicks of the past are gone? Do you think a well-placed gimmick could break through in a way that the Global Poker League and Match Poker didn't and hasn't? And how would a gimmick reach out to a player like the student one, Sammy the student, Ray the student? Sorry.
Yeah, I think there are good potential gimmicks, and one thing I'm very impressed by is WPT's free roll, for example, that's coming up in December. I think that's a brilliant way to get a relatively new audience in, and it feels like they've put a lot of thought into the format of the tournament as well. There's a lot of interesting things strategically about the tournament. They've actually written a piece which I contributed to about the mystery bounty aspect being paid, so many people being paid, the top-heavy nature of the structure as well. So I think well thought out gimmicks by people who understand poker and who understand the target demographic are definitely possible. Certainly the ones in the past were definitely not successful. But I think we can never lose sight of the fact, as much as I've made the point here that we should be selling on the strategy, poker has to be played for money for it to have any impact. That's why a lot of those initiatives failed. People are excited by seeing people win a lot of money, and then that's sort of the way you can get them in, and then you get them to stay basically by teaching them about the strategy.
Thank you very much. Can I get a round of applause, please, for Mr. Dara Kearney? Thank you very much, Dara. Right. Thanks, everybody. We are going to jump next into our panel. Can I please welcome to the stage a man who is essentially a polymath. He is a storied musician. He is a well-respected and revered inventor. He is also a huge innovator in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Scott Hill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ciaran. Thanks very much. And it's an incredible pleasure to be here and a bit of an honor as well. Before I say anything, I'd like to thank Antonio and Finton and Donald, who have done an incredible job to put this show together. It's absolutely miraculous and a superhuman effort. And I'm here as the one and only mad scientist. I could actually talk about poker the whole time, but you've been hearing a lot about poker, so I'm also want to say that I'm incredibly honored because the U.S. government granted me the first multiplayer poker system patent of this century. I was told by the top patent lawyer specialists in 3 different countries not to waste their time or my money, that I would never get a patent for a new poker game or a new poker system. And the gentleman who founded IGB ICE, Michael Caselli, happened to be with me down at Sigma in Malta. And we were in the airport, and he knew about Tennessee Hold'em, and he said to me, "Hey, Scott, have you got a patent for your game yet?" And I kind of bluffed a little bit. I was like, "Yeah, I'm going to apply. Don't worry. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming." Anyway, I went home, felt chastised, and I thought, I really got to try this. So 5 years later, and a lifetime really, we went through COVID. My developer passed away from COVID, and we went through sheer hell, and we've all been through that period, and now we're recovering. And here we are talking about poker, and we're having an amazing 1,000-player poker tournament in the other room. The place is going to be packed when they get going, and it's a thrill to be talking to you all about this. I should tell you that I am a kind of dyed-in-the-wool inventor, and I started as an architect, and I won awards for my designs. I went to work for the Saudis, and I didn't enjoy it. They treated me very badly as a sub-minion, but somebody recognized the fact that I was building incredible architectural models for them. And he's basically, the head of the architecture department said, "Look, man, you're just too good for this. You gotta break free and do your own thing." And that is really my message overall. If you have an idea and you see something in gaming or iGaming that you think is inferior, that pisses you off, that makes you think, this could be better. It's just not good enough. This is what spurred me on to give up my musical career, which was 30 years. And I have to thank Apple for their incredible wisdom in giving up iTunes and starting Apple Music, because that made me quit music altogether, because all the best musicians that I knew couldn't earn a living anymore. So I just dived in because my friend said, when we were kids, you used to make the best games. We had the most fun playing those games. And that's what I want to bring back. And that's why Tennessee Hold'em exists. And I hope that some of you in this room will join us for the first Tennessee Hold'em European Championship, which is coming on at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. And then once again, thanks to the Irish Poker Tour and to Edge for making this happen. And we're going to have a long and exciting and a lot of fun coming up in the future. There's so many things that I wanted to talk about, and I know we're already running over, but I do have some important messages. If you've got an idea, don't just think, oh, I've got a good idea. Talk to people about it. Don't give away everything. And that's the next kind of thing that I wanted to talk about. First, you need to make a summary of what your idea really is and pinpoint exactly where the weaknesses are and how your idea is better. Think about the industry. Consider the fact that there are two sides of a coin. We got coin poker here, so that makes sense. And the two sides are the operators and the players. If you can make something that's going to improve the player experience, they're going to have more fun playing it. They're going to want to come back. They're going to stick with you, and they're going to take it and put their own spin on it. And if you don't pay attention to what the operators are getting out of it, it will not succeed. You really have to think two sides, make both sides happier and improve the whole situation. And it can be done. It really can. There are going to be incredible highs and incredible lows. I'm a very emotional kind of guy, and I wear my heart on my sleeve, and it's really quite difficult when you're, I don't know, maybe I'm a girl, I don't know. I feel feminine emotions a lot of the time just because I'm so passionate about the things that I want. And in fact, I even invented a game because I felt that one of the major things that was wrong with the iGaming industry was that there weren't enough women playing games. It was just not representative. It was so male dominated. And the thing that I noticed was that women liked what I liked, which was games that really applied your mind. And this is why poker was an ideal kind of outlet for me, because it is a strategic and a tactical game that does teach you things about life, that teaches you how to approach things in a mathematical and logical way and be observant. Basically, I've tried really hard to get people more involved in the gaming. So I think we already touched on the fact that skill gaming is still kind of a dirty word in iGaming, and it shouldn't be. Skill gaming is what all the last three younger generations, younger than me, that's easy to be. Those kids, they want something that's going to get their minds going. And admittedly, I'm not a huge fan of push the button RTP gaming. However, if you just looking at it from that point of view, because let's face it, slot machines make more money for companies than anything. You can actually add elements that are skill-based, that are viable, and make the game more exciting because you're actually participating in it. And your brain, it's the difference between, I give up on my notes. I didn't bother with any slides, as you noticed. In a skill game, you're using this part of your brain. You're using your frontal lobes. You're making decisions. Anything that's going to increase decision making, and that's going to affect the result of the game, is going to be beneficial to people because you've stimulated that part of their brain. Anything that is actually just trying to drain dopamine from the cortex of your brain in the back of your brain. It can be dangerous, and we all know that. And we have a lot of companies that just exist purely because of gambling addictions, and those addictions are because of games that don't stimulate your active mind. So if you can be more active in your thinking on how you're going to bring a new element to any kind of gaming, then you're going to be much more successful. Now, I wanted to tell you all about Tennessee Hold'em, but we don't need to do that because we're having a Tennessee Hold'em tournament tomorrow night, and we're going to be holding some demos where you can actually come and play, and we'll explain exactly why it stimulates your brain and why we have a 70 to 80 or 90% non-fold rate through 60 to 70% of each hand, and why that is much more inclusive. And that kind of inclusivity and competition brings back what we all remember when we played cards as a kid. You used to play with your friends and it was competitive, but you were having fun because you were all interacting amongst each other. There was some, rivalry, there was banter and all that good stuff that makes these kind of things a lot more enjoyable. You don't have to be playing for a huge pile of money for it to be entertaining. Yeah, okay, if you win money, that's great. But if you're playing a game that you enjoy, it's worth the money that you've invested because you've enjoyed the experience. And the next time, maybe you lost that time, but you're going to win the next time. And if you're really bad at it, you'll just give up. But anyway, it is an amazing thing to be here and be talking about this after the years that I've actually spent a giant chunk of my life to get here. And I have to say that, having done the hard work of getting the US government to federally approve my game, then people said to me, well, you're going to have to get GLI to approve it for us. And that cut me to the bone because I was like 5 years in, had borrowed money from every friend that I ever knew and some that I didn't know. But, it's all come good now because if you really believe in what you're doing, stick by it and you will make it successful. And I think that's enough of a message that I really wanted to get across today. So again, thanks to these gentlemen right here, Donald, Finton, and Antonio, for the incredible job they've done. And I really believe that Edge and IPT, and we're going to go forwards in an incredibly positive way because putting these things together and getting these high, people that want to engage their minds and learn some fun games that will be really engaging and keep you going. Anyway, it's been an incredible pleasure, and it's the first time I've ever been in Ireland even, so it's been a great experience and have a lot of fun, and I hope I see you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock when we start the first official European Championship. Oh, by the way, GLI did approve it, and it is now approved for all globally for land-based and online casinos. So we're ready to fire. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
No questions.
No questions. Can I get a second round of applause, please, for Mr. Hill? Thank you very much, Scott.
Now my brand.
Can I please welcome Mr. Fili Wise to the stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Mr. Fili, essentially the man when it comes to SEO and online search engine optimization. Thank you very much, sir. I will cede the floor to you.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here again. And I say again because I actually used to live in Ireland for 7 years, and I very much enjoy being back. Today, of course, I am not here for memories about Ireland, although it has been a bit of a memory lane walk down in the last few days. I'm here primarily to talk to you about your website. Let me see. Yes, there we go. Your website, and specifically how we can obtain higher rankings for that in search engines. Now, you may think this happens automatically, but it doesn't. It does require some effort, and we're going to talk about that effort in a bit. The key thing to keep in mind is this is called SEO, search engine optimization. You may be familiar with it. It's not about luck, and in this industry, that's of course a thing to say out loud, because it's more about helping search engines to understand what your content is about. So if you want exposure, you need to make sure that search engines can understand that. And it comes down to this, but I'm going to explain it in more detail. But we first have to take a step back. So first things first, every website is different. Now, if you talk about, hey, I'm going to take my website, I'm going to copy it over to another domain, you already have a different website because the signals that are going into search engines and stuff are different. The history of the other domain is different. Yeah, the links are different. All of that is different. So every single website is basically unique. And search engines need to deal with that. They have to figure out how can we rank these things separately and which one to rank for when. They do continuous testing and development, trying to figure it out. This kind of like the official workflow for them, which in a nutshell on top is basically side-by-side experiments, trying to figure out what is the best way to present new search results. They do that in-house, then they send it off to external raters, which you may have heard about as search quality raters. They don't have access to anything internal except the experiments that they're doing. Then they basically expose the experiments to a small slice of live traffic. Think of it like, oh, we're going to expose 0.1% of live traffic to our experiment. Now, key thing and the fun part is here, that's still millions of users because of the market share of Google. Yeah, if they just say for one day, hey, let's run an experiment on 0.1% of the traffic, they get billions of queries per day. So that's still a lot of users that get exposed. And they use this data. If we look at the last few years, the last data that has been published, we're talking about in 1 year time, almost 150,000 side-by-side experiments, almost 900,000 experiments with human raters, and then an additional 13,000 plus live experiments, so live traffic experiments in 1 year. So that's actually quite a lot. They benchmark this, that's part of the process, and then they decide, will they launch this experiment into the algorithm? Yes or no? If no, the whole thing starts over again, the whole process starts over. Now keep in mind, this can take months or even years, depending on the algorithm change that they're proposing. Yeah, often it takes half a year to a year, maybe 18 months or so. That's normal timeline. It rarely is 3 weeks. Yeah, but it can also take 2 or 3 years. Because if something doesn't turn out the right data and at the launch committee they're like, well, we don't know, it may go back to the drawing board, new version, and we're 18 months further. Yeah, this all takes time. If otherwise they say yes, it goes live. When it goes live, you may have heard about some of these updates, like for example, core updates. These are big updates that Google announced. They can also contain a collection of these updates in one go. They basically push this out and they basically say, hey, we have a big one. But it's not the only one. Also newer technologies like Byrne, which nowadays kind of fuels the whole large language models, transformers and stuff. That's also part of that. Now, in 1 year only, they pushed out over, in this last year reported, over 4,700 updates in 1 year. That's an average of about 13 a day. Now, think of that. Today alone already, we had several updates, statistically average. Yesterday we had a whole bunch. Day before we had a whole bunch. None of them were announced or most of them were not announced. Actually, I think one was announced. We're going to get more AI overviews, but that's about it. Yeah. So it's really a lot of updates that are being pushed on a day-to-day basis that basically no one knows about in the outside world. Inside Google, they can figure it out. Outside Google, you don't. And the reason why I'm raising this is because I hear a lot of people in the gambling industry that are basically chasing algorithmic updates. They're trying to game the system with the algorithms. Now, you can do that, but you're going to spend a lot of time wasting time because you don't know when the updates happen. Yeah. So instead, I would like you to focus more on the input because the input really matters in this case. Now, if we take this very simplistic graph, I know, but it's important to keep it in mind because what we talked about so far is the black box. We have no impact on that. That's Google's algorithms. That's what's happening there. We can't influence what happens in there. The output is our rankings. So our desired rankings where we perform in the search results. The input, where we have a large portion of control over, is our website signals, the technical signals of our website, and our user signals, often on Google's site. Not only though. Yeah? We can influence that. We have a large portion of control over that. And that is basically what I want to talk about today. How we make that better. A lot of this comes down to ratios, critical mass, and trends. So all of these algorithms, they don't work on single clicks or single signals, etc. They work on trends and ratios and critical mass of that. To give you a simple example what I mean. So here you have a simple graph. You see that arrow over there, and there a change happened. The trend from before the arrow and after the arrow as input signal changed. It's a very simplistic idea, but people need to see it graphically when I say trends. This is a change in a trend. Yeah? And in this case, it's, for example, server response time. Yeah? But this could be something else as well. Like could be any technical SEO signal. This is what we need to do. We need to change what goes in. Now, different websites, again, every website is different, means also different trends. So this is really where we need to take responsibility because here's the thing. We as website operators, website owners, webmasters, it's our job to send the right signals into that black box. If we want to change the outcome of that black box, how we rank, we have no control over the black box itself, but we do have control of what goes in. So change the output, change the input first. Yeah, that's basically what I want to focus on. Now, with that come a couple of questions. First question, is your site crawlable? Because if your site is not crawlable, cannot be reached, it can also not be indexed, which will be your next question, and then it cannot be served. In other words, we can't get user signals. Yeah. Now, I'm going to focus primarily on Googlebot in this case. However, I would like to take a moment to emphasize this also applies to pretty much every other search bot out there. Most of the things I'm talking about in the next few slides. And it also applies to most of the AI bots, meaning LLM is being trained on web data, often, for example, from Common Crawl. Yeah, that's an example. OpenAI have their own bots going out there. Others also have their own bots. Yeah. All of these use similar principles. So a lot of what applies here also applies to them. It's not just Googlebot. And it's, of course, also other bots like Yandex, Baimbot, etc. And Naver and whatever. The key thing here also to keep in mind, you might ask yourself, do I want to be in language models data? Maybe you don't, maybe you do. There is an advantage to you do, because just as search bots want to crawl your website to serve you as a search result, the future of personalized AI agents concept, I'm not sure what the final name will be yet, obviously, will involve also recommendations and stuff. Meaning, if I have a personal AI in a couple of years, I might say like, hey, I'm here in this hotel, what's a good pizza place around the corner? The AI needs to know which pizza places are around the corner. If I am then a restaurant or someone else is a restaurant owner of a pizza place in this area, they want to be in that AI data set to be served as a recommendation. Yeah, so this actually has bigger impact down the line as well, also with AI. It's not just Googlebot. Very important to say. A couple of signals that we do need to look at. Is our website fast? This is, for example, time to first byte for our website. Now you can see here the average time to first byte that Googlebot accessed this website is 31 milliseconds. That sounds like fast. That is fast, I can tell you that. That is normal. That should be something you should be aiming for. I'll show you later how you can, or I'll tell you later where you can access this data. But this data is freely available for your own website by Google. Yeah? And average sites I see often here is in the 500 milliseconds to 2 seconds. So that's just the first byte, just the first response before any data is actually sent other than hello, yes, I exist. Yeah, so this is quite faster. We want to avoid any errors. And just to show you again on trends, here's a trend example. So on the top graph, we can see in the red bars an increase of 500 server errors for a particular website. In the bottom graph, we can see the traffic that that website was receiving from Google during that time. And what we can see is that at the beginning, it was pretty stable. The trend was stable. There were 500 errors and it was consistent. It was more or less the same. And then over time, it suddenly started growing. And once we hit a critical mass, Google said, you know what, this server is basically offline for our users. I'm not going to serve it anymore. Or at least very little. And that's why you see the drop there. Yeah. So trends. Yeah, we sent in the wrong trends in this case. Also, when your website is slow, I mentioned 30 milliseconds is pretty nice, and that is. But again, if you have a slow website, say it takes 2 seconds to load, or the initial response time, Google's going to say, well, if your competitor is faster, I'm going to rank your competitor instead. At least there's a good chance of that. So keep that in mind. Now, in the industry, we also talk very much and very often about crawl budget. It's a very nice term, crawl budget. What that means is people, or the Googlebot tries to crawl your website, or bots try to crawl your website top down initially. However, very quickly, you will see it looks very random. Random URLs are being crawled. You have no idea where Google gets them from. There's actually a sophisticated algorithm behind it, which is called the URL scheduler. And the URL scheduler does not crawl from A to Z, which means that some pages on your website get crawled multiple times per day, say your homepage. And other pages of your website get crawled maybe once a year, or once every 5 years, or once every 10 years. Yeah? The URL scheduler is basically a huge queue that Google has with all the URLs of your website. And in that queue, there's the bottom of the queue. Those are the URLs that are being crawled less or not at all. And then it's the top of the queue. Now, the top of the queue is, of course, where we want our most important URLs to be in, because we don't want our important URLs to be in the bottom and not be crawled by Google. Yeah, so that's one thing. So if we look at the website, there's a whole bunch of URLs on that website. Not everything is indexable or should be indexable. Think about anything that's behind login pages, thank you page for your contact form, right? Stuff like that. So we actually have a subset, and the coloring is a little bit off, but there's a subset, a smaller circle of all the URLs. Some of them are indexable. That means everything out there, outside the green circle, in the gray circle, as much as you can see green and gray, is basically non-indexable. We don't care for these from a bot perspective. We don't want search engines or other bots, AI bots, to spend any time outside that green circle, or at least as little as possible. Again, you're not going to prevent it 100%, but if you can do the majority, that's great. And then we have another circle, which is, in this case, yellow. I don't know if you can see it from over there, but that yellow circle is basically what is actually being crawled by Google. And in this example, we see URLs being crawled by Googlebot, both in the indexable and non-indexable situation. I'll show you an example how this really impacts some websites in a few slides, but the key thing is, it's not about crawl budget, because crawl budget kind of suggests, hey, we have 1,000 URLs. We want you to crawl every single one of them. And the budget is, we want to make sure that you crawled every single one at least once. Instead, we should be focused on crawl priority. Which are the important URLs? Those need to be crawled first. And also more often. If we make a change to our website, Google often needs to crawl a certain ratio or critical mass of the website before it applies it on the domain level. So again, which URLs are being crawled and when is actually quite important. Because if you apply a change today to your website, but it takes 8 months for a critical mass of your website to be recrawled, you're not going to see the impact of that change today until 8 months down the line. So, and a lot of people do like, okay, I'll implement a change today. I start tracking it, and in 3 months, if I don't see a positive result, I'm going to remove it again. But yeah, you need to keep track of which URLs are being crawled. Now we can, of course, stimulate which URLs to crawl using internal linking, external linking, as well as sitemaps. These are very powerful tools for us to make sure the right URLs are being crawled and with the highest priority. Some search engines have also adopted the Index Now protocol by Bing and some others. There is a possibility Google will join this, at least partially. I can see them not join it fully in the sense of not at the same level as Bing might do, but they will. There's a chance that they will actually join it and still keep their own URL scheduler in addition to that. That I can see. I can see parallel things happening here. At the same time, we have also other tools at our disposal, like robots.txt. And I can talk for hours about robots.txt. Surprise, yes, it's a small file, but you can really talk about hours about it. About how to block certain patterns from being crawled so that we can avoid search engines spending time on that. Now, if you want some more of this data from search engines, I recommend that you at least add your website to both Bing Webmaster Tools and Google Webmaster Tools, which nowadays is called Google Search Console. I'm still one of the old guys being around, so I sometimes call it Google Webmaster Tools. But yeah, basically, if you add it here, make sure you add it as a domain property. Yeah, not just as a URL prefix. There's two property types that you can add. Add it as domain. That means you have to verify your website on a DNS level, and not with an HTML file or something like that. And then you might see things like this. And this is one of those examples where we have non-indexable URLs, that's the gray one, and the indexable URLs, which is the green part. Now you can see in this case, you remember those earlier circles where we have the what Googlebot crawled and what was available on indexable and non-indexable. We can see on this list basically, or this view, that Google is spending most of its time on non-indexable URLs. It's not crawling those, or it's crawling those, but it's not ranking those because they're non-indexable. So we're wasting a lot of crawl budget here. So that's here improvements are most definitely possible. Is it the only thing we need to do? No, it is pretty stable though. There's improvements possible, but it's also not the end of the world. This is a bigger concern though. So here we can see again a gray area and a green area. The green and gray are both growing, but the gray is growing significantly faster than the green area. Meaning Google, this could explode into significantly more. So this is really a potential problem. Yeah, from an SEO perspective, you want to nip this in the bud as quickly as you can. Now, one of the other things is that you want to have a look at is you may not know necessarily that certain pages of your website are being ranked as search results, meaning they're exposed to actual people typing in queries in Google. That you actually don't want to expose as a search result. And I'm thinking here, for example, the thank you page of your contact form. It happens a lot. Just search for thank you and contact on, say, .com, and you'll find a whole bunch of them. Yeah? And you can find that in Google Search Console because you can filter. If you use a sitemap, you can basically say like, hey, here's my sitemap. Here are all the important URLs I know of. I want to have indexed. Now give me all the URLs that are indexed but not in that sitemap. The unsubmitted pages filter option. And that will give you an idea of which pages Google might be ranking that you might not know about. Google is actually ranking. Yeah? You'd be surprised how many pages pop up there and which ones. And they add to your content quality signals again. So your rankings. Yeah, this is important. In Google Search Console, and also Bing has a similar equivalent of this, not the same, but similar. You can also see how Google is crawling you. So a simple overview of how many how often Google requested files from your server, from your website. And in this case, you can see the trend is upwards. We're about double the size in number of crawls per day at the end versus the beginning. So that's a positive sign. Yeah. If this goes the other way, then that's something you may want to look into, because there might be a content issue and Google says like, oh, I don't find this website interesting enough to keep crawling. Yeah, trends are important. And you saw earlier basically the line of the average of 31 milliseconds of speed. Here's another graph where we can see a lot of high spikes, but if you look at the low ones, the low points, they're pretty close to that 30 to 100 milliseconds as well. They're at the bottom of the graph. Now the problem here is there's a lot of high spikes. That's a trend in itself as well. It basically tells Google your website is often slow, often. Now, if your competitor has the other graph and you have this, if everything else was equal, your competitor will probably rank better. Yeah? Because your server is not able to handle the load. So this is a signal that, and a trend that we're sending into the search engine, into those algorithms. Here's another example where it looks like, it's okay. You see a little dotted red line at the bottom, which is like, oh, that's the acceptable fail rate. This is when Google cannot connect to your server in the first place. In other words, it didn't even get to time to first byte because it never got a response from your server. Yeah? Now it looks like, okay, everything is pretty low, it's okay. But if you look closer, the trend that we're sending is a lot of spikes of disconnection. So your server isn't reliable in this case. Even though it's below the dotted line, the trend itself is that you have problems with your server connection. Yeah. So again, if everything else is equal and your competitor does not have that, and that's pretty much a straight line on zero, guess who will likely rank better? Yeah. Another cool thing, I think this is actually pretty cool, is, and I'm a bit geeky on this stuff, but or nerdy, but another thing that we can see is from Google which file types they like to crawl off your website. Now in the first graph, we can see 87% is HTML is being crawled. And the second graph, we can see 16% of HTML files being crawled. Now, keep in mind, HTML files are the files that are most likely the files that will rank. These are the normal pages. Yeah. Anything not HTML is not certain will rank. Now, some documents will, like the PDF or XML, and that might be relevant depending on the content of your website. However, the majority of the cases, you're talking and you're more interested in the HTML part. Now, what's the problem here is that if we even take the 2% from the PDF and the XML and add that to the 16% of the HTML, we still have 82% of waste of pages being crawled that will never ever be able to rank. Yeah, that is a lot. When in this graph, the majority of the pages that are being crawled have the potential of being ranked, assuming that they're indexable. And now, again, this is another flag, but I can tell you already, the JavaScript files, the image files, the CSS files, the JSON files, now image files can also rank potentially, depending on, it depends on, again, the industry. Sometimes image is really important in this case, but there's a lot of industries where they don't care about the images and the image search. It doesn't drive that much good converting traffic. It really depends on the industry. But here at the bottom, we can see also where some of that waste goes to. Other file type. There's a lot of waste going on in this case. So this is something, again, that we can optimize. Now, it's important to keep in mind that the data that I just showed you and some of the things from Google Search Console, it's all based on sample data. You get limited reports up to 1,000 rows, only last 90 days, rolling 90 days, stuff like that. It's still good for an indicator, but it's not the full picture. It's an indicator at best. And that's very important to keep in the back of our mind, because if we want the full data set, we need to look at our server logs. Yeah? And that means that you need to talk to the IT team, because preferably when you come back to the office, ask them, are they actually keeping the server logs? And if so, how much server logs do you have? Because most affiliates I talk to, they don't, or they only have it for the last couple of weeks, or maybe the last couple of months. Yeah. And here's the thing: Once this data is deleted and is gone, it's gone. You're never going to get it again. If you look at every major Silicon Valley industry company that's successful out there, I can guarantee you one thing. They all have their server logs from almost day one. Sometimes not from day one, but close to, including Google. And they use this for multiple different things. Yeah? Not just to see, hey, how Google is crawling their website or anything like that. They can use it as a baseline. What is normal traffic? What is normal requests? What is normal? Yeah? Over time. They can see, make comparison. If there's a problem next year, they can see, oh, how was it a year ago? Yeah, stuff like that. We need to save those log files. And not just from your normal servers, but if you use CDNs, like for example Cloudflare, you also need to get it from them. So is your IT team downloading that? Because I don't think so. Most of you probably have no contact with Cloudflare and downloading the log files from them. Because if you use a CDN, and assuming you don't use a cache policy that basically evades the whole CDN part with no store, no cache, it means that often Cloudflare is actually serving it from their servers, the content of your website, rather than from your server. They keep a copy and serve it to the user. And this is the same, by the way, goes if you use AWS CloudFront, or if you use Google CDN, Cloud CDN, etc. All of these services, they basically serve it for you, Fastly, etc. They serve it for you. Do you have access to their log files? Double check that, request that, save that, store that. Most websites, and we're talking here, even if your website of just a few 100,000 pages, which is a relatively small website, that's fine. You will find that if you save all the log visits for your website from bots and potentially even users, and you gzip this, it means compress this, we're talking about maybe 1 terabyte every 1 or 2 years in data. We can buy for almost nothing a terabyte drive. So storage is not really the problem. Yeah, it's not that costly anymore. But not having the data for when you need it in the future can be extremely costly. So make sure you have this. Yeah? And if you need to do an audit in the future, SEO audit, or just even if you do it in-house, don't care. The key thing is, if you don't have the data, you're going to take, decisions on missing data. Like basically, you may not take the right business decision. So keep that in the back of your mind. And it doesn't cost much to keep. So double check that. It's not just only about having the log files. It's also making sure the right data is in the log files. Yeah? And this is the second point I would like you to write down if you take any notes for Monday. I'm assuming Monday you're back in the office, or Friday. Then in that case, you want to also look at are we storing the right data? Now, CDNs often are. They store everything. But locally, on our servers, we often do not. So here's an example of a common log format. I removed the user agent because it's a long string and it's not relevant for our discussion today. But other than that, the other fields are here. And the two things I would like you to notice is there's a slash, blue slash, and a 200. This is the root, this is the home page of your website. And it's responding with a 200 status code, which means everything is okay, here's the content. Yeah? That's a normal log file entry. It says, here's the content. Then a few lines down, I might find this in the same log file on the same server for the same website. And I find here a slash. Again the home page. But now I get a 301. They might be wondering what's going on. Is it now 301 or is it now 200? And it's very simple. So the 200 is this. Yeah, we have a basic homepage that responds with 200 status code, and then we have a redirect from the HTTP version. But because we don't record what comes before that slash, we can't distinguish that data point in the log file. So write down, if you take notes, double check you store the origin. That means everything before that first slash of the path in your log files. Because if you don't, even if you save your log files, you have incomplete data. And this, think about this as well. It's not just about HTTP or HTTPS. It's also, is it on www? Is it on naked domain? Is it on your support subdomain? Because all of those start with the slash. Yeah, it doesn't stop with just the HTTP or HTTPS part. And if you also use, for example, WebSockets, it could be on WS or WSS, secure WebSockets. Just saying. There's a lot of different formats that fit into the origin part. And if you don't record it, you just don't have it. You don't know what really is happening. So record that. Yeah. Make sure that your IT team also writes that and includes that in the log recording of your own servers. Now, most CDNs, they record the full path and the full absolute URL. That means that includes what comes before, the domain name and the subdomains and the HTTP scheme and whatever. So, but our servers often don't because of standard settings. So standardly, it's not included. So if you run several servers of your own, make sure that you record it. Also check that you don't block accidentally Googlebot. You saw earlier the graph of the network connection, the server connection. Well, part of that might be because of this. Because you're actually using, for example, a bot protection system that is accidentally blocking Googlebot. Yeah, with your firewall or the bot protection. So yeah, CDNs do that too. They're not perfect. So one of the things there I would recommend is a reactive approach rather than a proactive approach to blocking bots. So when you have a bot, make sure, or when you have a website and you want to block bots, let them crawl you to a certain threshold before you start investigating and spending time on this, on blocking them. So a reactive approach. Yeah? So first, say after 1,000 visits, you get an email, you set up an email alert. If a new bot comes to your website and they visit you 1,000 times, at that point, you look if this is a real bot or not. Because until that time, seriously, less than 1,000 visits, do you care? Probably not. Yeah. So, and at that point, you're not going to accidentally block. Now, when you do your log file analysis, and also when you decide to block, you may also want to verify if it is actually an official IP address from one of those search engines. So on this website, seoapi.com, there's a bunch of different search engines that you can verify with. Now, if we go back to this graph for a simple example, we also have here, if you do SEO audits, very often the tool is crawling a part of the website, but again, it might not be representative. You need those log files. Yeah? You need also tailored strategies for each website and see which URLs to prioritize and which to deprioritize from crawling. It's both sides. Yeah. Now, second main question when it comes to SEO signals is making indexing easier. So Google switched to fully mobile first indexing, which is basically the same index as before, but now mobile signals are more important. And as website owners, it means we need to maintain mobile desktop parity. That means the same SEO signals that are on mobile needs to be also on desktop and the other way around. The best way to do this, by the way, is just use responsive web design. Do not start. I really recommend not having different output for different devices. I know it's very tempting to do, but it really adds a lot to the code base. Also be careful about JavaScript rendering, especially when we talk about these AI bots. Google might be smart enough to execute some JavaScript, but there's no guarantee they will execute everything or in the right time or completely. So you can't depend on JavaScript for rendering your technical SEO signals. Yeah? And most AI bots do not render JavaScript. Meaning that if you are dependent on that, then that data is just not included in their data set. So this comes down to a concept called progressive enhancement. Google has recommended it since 2007 in their blog post when I was working there. And basically comes down to this concept. Progressive enhancement, your main content and main signals needs to be in the initial HTML. CSS is nice to dress everything up. It's a feature. JavaScript adds extra functionality, but cannot be a dependency. It's a bonus. It's the cherry on top. But it cannot be the cake. Yeah? Cannot be the whole thing. Cannot be the core. It has to be partially just a feature in a way. It needs to be a nice add-on. And if you use this approach, it will basically work for any search engine, any AI bot, etc. Yeah? So search engines need to trust your signals, need to be able to trust the signals that you're trying to send into that black box. And one of those things is a URL is an identifier for a piece of content. One piece of content per URL. I'm repeating this. John Mueller said this a few years ago. He's not the first one to say it. Absolutely not. The whole principle of the internet is based on the World Wide Web, and the whole concept of URLs comes from URI. URI, the I stands for identifier. So it's really a universal resource identifier, which then was later renamed to uniform resource identifier. But the key thing is it's identifier. It's similar to a database row ID. You don't change that part in the database. You may change the data on the row, but the row ID, normally you don't change or touch at all. You either create it or delete it, and that's it. Yeah? URLs are the same, which is a problem because there's about 60% of the web is duplicate. Meaning there's not one URL per piece of content, there's multiple URLs for one piece of content. And we see this often in things like this. And that's a problem again. Because when Google and other search engines see all of this with the exact same content, which URL should they use? Now we want them to use the bottom one, so we can say, let's use a canonical. That is basically a suggestion to search engines. Please use this as the preferred version for everything that you see here. That all serve the exact same content. This is just an example. This list could go on, easily be duplicated by 5 times and with different types of variations of URLs and still be basically serving the same content. There's nothing yet. So canonicals help out there. But it's important to note, they help out. They're suggestions. They're not rules. Meaning that search engines can ignore them. And they do. If they don't trust the signal that you're sending in on the canonical level, they ignore them. And they start using their own version. Now, this can lead to very funny scenarios. I had one time I saw a big poker operator. I think it was poker, may have been casino, but one of those bigger operators in this industry, actually. Their homepage was ranking for their term, but with question mark AID equals and a number. So the homepage was ranking with the affiliate ID because Google had ignored the canonical. Now that was of course very good for the affiliate because every click from the Google search result on the homepage for that operator was tagged as this affiliate drove this traffic to that website. So that was awesome for the affiliate. But it gives you an example. It's a suggestion. If you don't send in the right signal into the algorithm, then Google may say, hey, I'm going to ignore it. And you basically lose control. Yeah, you might be paying for something you don't want to be paying for, as this example shows. Now, how do we make sure that we strengthen our canonical signals? To make sure that Google picks the right canonical signals and trust our canonical signals, we can use sitemaps, we can use hreflang if you have multiple languages. We can use internal linking, like breadcrumbs, for example. And we can use, for example, structured data. By being consistent in using the same URL over and over and over again in all these places, we kind of indicate what our preferred canonical version is. And if we do that in combination with the canonical, then basically we signal this is the one we want. But I've seen also examples where the structured data had a different URL than the canonical. And the hreflang also had a different URL again. So for Google, it was not clear which to use. And when that happens, Google's going to say, well, we're going to pick it then. And then you lose control again. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying Google gets it wrong every time, but I will almost guarantee you if they start guessing, it's not the way you want it. Yeah, so that's the one thing to keep in mind. So the one thing that we want to do and to make sure is that we don't send in any conflicting signals into this black box, into these algorithms. And we want to encourage positive user signals. That's the third signal. And user signals, these happen mostly on Google's site, but also on your website. So if we now continue with this graph, we're basically talking about the URLs that are visited by users and the URLs that are visible in Google SERPs, Google search result pages. Now keep in mind that these are often significantly smaller pools of data and URLs than the totally available URLs. Meaning also, you want to maybe ask yourself, we have here a whole bunch of indexable URLs that fall outside the other 4 circles. Should these be indexable? Yeah, no one is going to them. They're not serving in search results. Googlebot is not visiting them. At this point, you have to ask yourself, should this be a landing page? And a good question to ask yourself for each of these pages is, well, would I run an ad for this? Would I run and spend money on this to drive people to this? Say it's a blog post from your blog from 2014 on a company dinner. Yeah, or a team outing or something like that. Should you are you willing to run a PPC campaign on that to drive traffic? It's still indexable. No one goes there. Googlebot doesn't go there. You get no visitors. It has no visibility. Should it still be indexable? Yeah. So first things first, ask yourself for every available indexable URL, should it be indexable in the first place? Because if it shouldn't be, you can take it out and make that pool significantly smaller that you need to prioritize. Yeah. Now with the remainder, we want to make sure that we send the right signals. And here it's very important to keep in mind when we're talking about snippet, we're talking about what you see on the Google search result page. And there's several elements of it, site names and domain name or breadcrumb and stuff like that. But the basic concept that I need you to keep in mind, every impression and the first impression count. And these are 2 different things. Because most of the time when people search for something, there's a reason why they went to a search engine, because they don't know you yet. So their first exposure to your brand is in the search result. It's not on your website. It's on the search result page. And even if they have seen you elsewhere and they don't know that you provide a certain service and they only see you pop up in the search result because they're looking for the service that you offer, but they don't know that you also offer, they may make that connection like, oh, I know that brand from the other website or the other place I've seen them, be it a billboard, be it a magazine ad or whatever, or people talking about it in a forum or something like that. At this point, they don't know that you offer this service. They haven't made that association yet until this search result. Yeah, the search result page. And in that, it's the first impression. Because at this point, you're competing, hypothetically, say, with 10 other search results. Or 9 other search results. So you need to stand out, that they like you more than the rest. Now, I say also any impression counts, because if you, for example, consistently rank number 4 for at least a period of time on a commercial query that you care for, or a subset, like a topic, may not be a specific query, but variations of queries for a certain topic that you care for because that's one of your main products, but no one clicks on you, that also is a signal to Google that you may not be relevant for this. Guess what happens next? You go down. You disappear from that query. And now you're asking, why am I not ranking? Yeah? Why do people not come to me? I want to rank for that too. Why is my competitor ranking, but I'm not ranking? Well, your first impression wasn't good, or any impressions that you did have were more negative than positive. Yeah? So we want to make sure that that's good. Now, we also want to improve the CTR. We actually want people to come to you. We want to focus on the CTR and get people to click on your search result. But we also don't want them to go back after that to the search result. So we need to make sure that in our snippet, when we first present our company or product or website, etc., we have a unique selling proposition. We display our benefits, which could be free spins or free shopping or something like that, basically indicating why we're better than the other ones, the other 9 results. What is the benefit for the user to click on this rather than to click on one of the other 9? Yeah? And a call to action to basically entice them to actually click. Think of it like you write an ad text. Yeah? It's very similar, to be honest. You can even, if you run PPC campaigns, you can actually use the learnings from the PPC campaigns and apply them to the snippets. Absolutely no problem. Yeah? But you need to manage expectations. So when they see your search result and you're promising, oh, free XYZ, and they click on your search result and they come to your website and the next message is for XYZ you have to pay $10, that's not managing expectations because you offered it for free. That was the expectation. You need to manage expectation. Yeah? And this is actually quite important because if a user clicks on the search result, on your search result, based on the query that they did, and they click on you, for example, first, and then they come to your website and they're not happy with what they're getting, they're not getting what they were expecting, they may go back to the Google search result and click on your competitor. Now, individually, that's not a big problem. But if this happens 1,000 times or 10,000 times or 100,000 times, guess what? This is now a trend. And the algorithms can deal with trends. And if this doesn't happen to your competitor, like people go to your competitor and then they stay there, Google thinks, oh, your competitor provides the answer, your website does not, guess who's going to rank higher? Yeah, it works like this. So we need to make sure that what we design our website to do actually also works for the user. And what we basically want them to do basically, and make sure we manage their expectations. But from an experience point of view, we also need to make sure that the website is mobile friendly. A lot of people access websites on mobiles, that our website is fast. This actually quite matters a lot. Google has a whole bunch of web vitals for this, measurement points, and they use actual data from actual users as they have experienced the website loading from their location at that time. So Google Chrome, you often, if you install Google Chrome new, you get this pop-up, do you want to share anonymously statistical data on usage? Most people say yes. They just click it away. Yes, okay, sure, whatever. Which means Google has a lot of data because they're collecting every single website of these users that they visit and how fast it loaded for them, for all the individual measurements, all the different signals. And some of these, the 3 core ones, that's interaction to next paint, largest contentful paint, and cumulative layout shift. And those are the primary ones, but they're not the only ones. Time to first byte is also one, and time to first byte is actually often impacting all of these 3 as well, indirectly. Because if the site doesn't load fast, everything else will be slow too. Yeah, so that's also one thing. Now, if you want to test how your website does on the last one, you can use this tool. Key thing is, Google also cares about the content of your website. And here I see a lot of things go wrong, especially in the affiliate industry. And I understand it. It's not a judgment. I just see it go wrong a lot. And one thing I want to say is affiliation without value is a problem. You do need to add value to your website. Google, if Google knows about 1,000 websites with the exact same product descriptions and stuff like that, they only need one. They don't need 1,000. They just need one. They need value. Yeah, and we can do that by creating helpful content. We can do that by basically, not having thin affiliate websites, which is basically a violation for Google. And we can make sure that the content that we write is actually on topic. So in this case, AI, great tool, but do human review after. Yeah, don't all make it all auto-generated. There's also a couple of other things. You want to avoid having pop-ups that block the content. Yeah, or another one, the content needs to be on top of the page. I very often in the industry see, for example, commercial banners or search or selection of casinos or on casino review pages, etc., above the actual content. If you have those on multiple pages, you just created a whole bunch of doorway pages. Yeah, which is a violation again. And speed being the last one. Soft 404s is another thing you want to be mindful of. I see this a lot in the industry as well. Here's a simple soft 404 where we have a 404 page which returns a 200 status code. And here's an example of a redirect soft 404 where we have a product that doesn't exist anymore and redirects to the level above. This I see happen a lot in the industry because people want to preserve link juice. So that's a problem. That is actually a soft 404, so you want to be careful because you're basically wasting, in Google's word, crawl budget, and it's similar as going to the grocery store and finding out all the shelves are empty. Yeah, and then again doing that the next day and still finding out it's empty. It's not a great experience. Yeah, and Google's wasting a lot of time, just as you have wasted a lot of time and potentially some gas to get to the grocery store. Google has spent a lot of time with the crawl, with the bot. They could have done something else during this time. Crawled another URL, crawled another website. And that's the thing. We need to return 404 for these because they don't waste crawl budget. The moment that Google sees that 404 status code come in, they basically say, okay, well, we're not going to crawl the rest. Now, if you want to know a little bit more about that, there's an article here as well. And make sure you have a unique selling proposition. Keep in mind, all your content doesn't need to be unique. It needs to have value from an affiliate point of view. Yeah, that's what Google's looking for. So, rubbish in, rubbish out. See SEO audits, because you do need to audit your website occasionally. The industry changes a lot. Google changes a lot. You do need to basically audit your website. And think of this as similar as a checkup of your car on a yearly basis. Smaller websites, at least once a year. Bigger websites may want to do it more often. Also keep in mind, this is a process that takes time to perfect and also takes time to see the results. Yeah, it's not straight off. This is what we would ideally like to see. All the URLs, indexable URLs being crawled by Google and visible in the SERPs. Yeah, so yeah. One main question that I get from most people in the gambling industry, how about link building? Well, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Do they like link building? What do you think? Yes, no? Not particularly, I get from him. No? Yes, no? They're perfectly fine with it. When we're talking about Google, yes, no problem. The whole principle of the World Wide Web is based on link building. The invention of the www is the link. So link building itself is not a problem. It's great for discovery, finding new URLs, put in that URL scheduler. Yeah, they love it. That's not a problem. But they don't want you to manipulate it for PageRank. They have several policies updates to more recent ones, or like, okay, don't manipulate the PageRank. Not editorial placed. The initial one in 2001 literally said for the sole purpose of increasing your ranking. Yeah, so it's not a new thing. It has been out there since pretty much the beginning of Google. Now they have spam policies. They have different types of link spam they would like to tackle. If they see you there, they will penalize you for that. And we're talking about forums, we're talking about blogs, we're talking about press releases, widgets, paid links, private link networks, expired domains, if you buy a whole bunch of domains, you see in this industry a lot as well, or basically inorganic site structure. This is basically when you rent off a subdomain or a subdirectory of another existing popular website. Google Search Console, Google Search Quality, the team I was on, they will basically tackle that. And you might see then a penalty like this. Believe me, I've put a lot of these in the Search Console interface. If you want to know more about penalties, I recommend that you check out that article by ex-Googler Kasper Szymanski. And keep in mind, Google is not against link building and never has been. Now, second question I get very much regarding link building is, should I clean up? Now, if you have done a lot of link building in the past, you should. Just to give you a very high level, very hypothetical example. Say that we have a simple website, and again, the number is going to be low, just for the easy calculation part, of 100 incoming backlinks, yeah, external. This is the quality we're talking about. So 5% high quality, 15% medium quality, and 80% low quality. This is the trends that we're sending into the black box from an off-page perspective. Yeah. If we were to disavow some of these low quality, we don't need to get 100%. Say we disavow 60 of the 80. The ratios of what goes in has now changed. The trends that we're sending in, by taking out the low quality ones, we have now increased. We haven't added a single link, but we have improved the quality of the links that we have. So now instead of 5%, we're at 12.5% of high quality. Instead of 15, we're at 37.5% of medium quality. And instead of 80%, we're at 50% of low quality. Yeah? We have basically increased the quality level of our high quality and medium links from 20% to 50% as a trend. Yeah? So this is why, if you have built a lot of low quality backlinks in the past, this is something you may want to look into. It's not necessary for every website, but again, it's one of those signals. You have to audit your website in order to figure out, including the backlinks, if this is an issue or not. Now, keep in mind, this is purely hypothetical and just take it with a grain of salt, but just as a simple example, how trends work, also from an off-page perspective, or can work. Yeah, you need to know if it works for you. Like I said, analyze it, check if you need to use, for example, rel no follow or the variations of, and if you participate in an affiliate program where affiliates send traffic to you, you want to block that on an isolatable URL pattern so that these cannot hurt you. from a link building perspective, because you never know what your affiliates do with the links pointing to your website. Yeah, if you have it isolatable, blocked in robots.txt, it does not pass PageRank, and therefore it's not a risk for you. But you have to have an isolatable URL pattern, and this is an example. Yeah, and add that to robots.txt. Now, when you do build a disavow file and upload that, test it also on disavowfile.com. If you want to know more about how to build links and why, in principle, Google is okay with it, just read this article on link building. Now, a couple of quick takeaways just to finish up. To get higher rankings, we do need to optimize our website. We do need to look at the trends that we're sending into the search engines, into these algorithms, into these black boxes. And we need to avoid sending conflicting signals, because that's very often the problem. And even if you send just a few and your competitor is not, you're basically already at a disadvantage. And keep in mind, for the algorithms, the signals that you send in, trust is paramount for them. And if they can't trust the signals that you're sending in, they start guessing on their own. And chances are you're not going to like, or at least it's not as optimized as it could be. So there is some worth in investing in this. And keep in mind, the input, what we send in, is our responsibility, not the search engines, ours. As website owners, website operators, and webmasters. We need to take control of this. We need to make sure we send the right data in. Having said that, my name is Fili. I'm an ex-Google engineer and SEO consultant. If you want a copy of this slide deck, you can contact me on fili.com or searchbrothers.com, which was on the previous next slide, but that didn't load. There we go. I don't know why the slide added. But yeah, any questions before?
Is there any questions for Mr. Wise? Yes, Julia.
So, Fili, thank
Yeah,
you for
hi.
this really insightful talk. You never fail to surprise me. You know, I've been
Thank you.
doing SEO since 2000, and you still always say something new, even to me, you know?
Thank you.
So, yeah, amazing. My question is, when you were talking about the server stability,
Yes.
I found that point particularly interesting because quite often, let's say in client-side audits, I find that the chances of that being an issue is much higher if they are using Cloudflare or similar. Well, mostly Cloudflare. Mostly I have beef with Cloudflare specifically. Could you comment this? Could you say anything about this?
I do see with a lot of CDN services, this often being a problem, yes. Particularly, there's a couple of things with CDN services. One is they generate, if you enable this, they generate a lot of are you human or are you bot type of pages. You've probably seen a few of these from Cloudflare over your time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. The problem is that these URLs are generated on your domain in a subdirectory called CDI-CDN. And this then generates after that a unique URL for that visitor, meaning that we often generate, if you don't block this in robots.txt, which again most websites don't, is actually generating a lot of URLs for Google to crawl with 200 status codes with no content. Not for Google, because it's basically are you human or are you bot? And it's a basic total waste of your crawl budget. And it also explodes the URL scheduler queue of all these other URLs that are unique that Google suddenly now knows about and may want to crawl in the future. So block this. But I do see things like this happen a lot with CDNs. One of the other things I see a lot with CDNs is also where people use CDNs for caching and then use a caching policy of no cache or no store.
Mm-hmm.
Completely defeating the whole purpose of CDN because they want to have the latest version served to the user. And again, this is similar to the progressive enhancement principle. You want to have a default version that you serve that is cacheable. And then you optimize once the user has loaded the page using JavaScript as a feature, not a dependency, because the default version has the basic. And you can then say update it with the latest data, especially if it's outside the viewport. Say you have the latest reviews or numbers or stuff like that, but that's below viewport. That's great because that means the initial viewport, it's not loaded or it's not seen by the user. The initial default, the data is there. And then while the user scrolls down, the data is being loaded into and the page gets updated on these little bits where you care for it using JSON. But the default version has it and is cacheable. E-commerce, for example, has this, or like especially with things like hotels and flights and stuff like that. They have this, for example, problem as well because they want to show the latest price for a flight. But the problem is that that price changes again, maybe the next minute. So it's not even good to actually have that index because it won't help in this case. So what is better to do, a better strategy, is using a from price and have that index as a default while the person then loads the page, update the from pages to live pricing. And that way you can see it. And then you can load it very fast. But yes, I have seen things like that.
Can I ask another one? Unless somebody else.
There's one here as well.
There you go, guy. I will bear in mind that we are running slightly behind. So
Yeah, and I will then also say very quickly, I'll be around outside in a bit as well if you have want to ask any questions one-on-one as well.
Okay, Guy.
I'll make it quick. Thank you again. Just from a business perspective, you know, a lot of it kind of sounds like gibberish to me. I can see the high picture things, and then when it gets to technical, I don't know what's going on. I'm from yourpokerdream.com. Our website's been since 2010, so we have a lot of backlog to go over. How do I start having a conversation with a small IT team looking for external maybe audits that are within the realm of possibility and sticks to the main things? Because I get emails every day offering to do a SEO audit.
Yeah.
And at this point, it looks like spam to me.
I can imagine. Of course, go in. Try to find trustworthy parties. That's one, of course. But the key thing when you look internally is look at your resources from a development point of view. There's no point having an SEO audit if you can't make the changes that they propose.
Right.
Yeah. So the first thing I would do, and that was part of my presentation, I did not do it very technical. I will say that too. This is a high-level presentation. I can go very technical. I've done that plenty of times. Like I said, I could talk an hour just on robots.txt, which is just technical. But the key thing here is you want to, from a business point of view, you really need to look at what resources do we have available in our team, what data do we have available, start logging. Yeah, make sure you have those log files, because even if you do an SEO audit in a year, starting logging today and the right data will help you in a year. Yeah, so make sure you have the right data and record this and save this long term. Yeah, and then basically, those are the key things I would start with. I would start with checking with your dev team what resources are available now, and it's always good to have an external party as a third party coming in and with the unbiased view of your organization to say like, hey, this is what you should prioritize, this is what you should be looking at, and maybe you can skip half of the backlog. Because historically, especially companies that have been around for a little while, they may have a huge backlog out of principle or forgotten tickets and forgotten other projects that are actually not a priority anymore, but they're still in the list because no one has taken the effort to delete them from the list.
Right.
Yeah, and once you get like a external party coming in and say like, hey, here are your priorities, you can then put this side by side with the backlog and say like, let's see how much of the backlog is not on that list, and let's say, can we scrap that altogether? Get rid of that and better optimize the organization long term with that. Yeah. Okay. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
But yeah, otherwise I'm still available outside
you,
as well.
worry.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Can I have
Thank
a
you.
round of applause, please, for Mr.
Thank
Fili
you.
Wise and his tremendous presentation. Fili, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Thank you. Yes, my colleague. Word with you, but thank you very much. Just leave that clicker there. Thank you. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Hello? Hello? So our next panel we're going to do is called the Crypto Dance Floor. Can I please ask to the stage Miss Anna Skanakova? Can I get Marco Broom and I can get Adam Azzopardi, please? Number 4. That one's for you. Marco. Hello. And yes, thank you very much. So, Anna, I will ladies first. Would you like an introduction or would you just like to jump in?
Sure, I'll make an introduction. So, my name is Anna. I am from Bulgaria, which is Eastern Europe, in case somebody isn't familiar. I've been working in gambling for more than 10 years because I've done 4 years in fintech. Total overall in both more than 16 years. So I've done, I think, everything in gambling besides making games. I started in poker. I've done live events, organizing them in Europe. I've done casino from the operations and marketing side. I've been casino manager for an online casino.com. Then I moved on to product management, working with development teams, developing features, products. I did casino, I did fintech, I worked for e-wallets, more specifically Screw and Net Tower. I've done several startups in gambling as well, lotteries, crypto casino platform that I did from scratch, sweepstakes is my latest passion. I've been working in sweepstakes now more than 2 years, I think. So I think everything in gambling. I've done sports betting as well from the product perspective and a bit from the marketing side.
It's quite an extensive history. Well, as you have the first seat for the presentation, please take it away.
Okay. So hopefully I don't mess up with this. Yeah, so I prepared some slides just as pointers for our discussion. Basically, initially, I put on the first slide some statistics, which I think might be interesting for the audience. Although it's a bit tough to read for me, to be honest. But let's start with the size of the market. So first of all, gambling and gaming together are probably the biggest driver for crypto adoption. For crypto adoption, in terms of using crypto as a form of payment. Because the majority of Bitcoin transactions and crypto transactions in general are related to gambling. A lot of the development in the space, which means a lot of the investment in the space, also comes from the use case for gambling and gaming as two related but separate verticals. And blockchain gaming specifically is projected to reach 314 billion by 2030. That's gaming, not gambling. So the gambling vertical is a totally separate number. The crypto gambling market is also growing rapidly. Back when it began, let's say, a small proportion of the bets were coming from crypto payments, whether that was in fiat casinos or sports betting websites who accept crypto as a form of payment or crypto-specific operators. Nevertheless, it was a small portion compared to fiat funds coming into gambling. But this number has been rapidly growing over the years. The number of crypto operators has grown, and also we are seeing decentralized casinos nowadays, although there are not as many still. So the numbers are quite interesting, promising. The space is growing rapidly. Crypto gamblers bet 3 million worth of crypto daily, and a huge number of the active wallets daily are associated with either gaming or gambling, or both. That being said, around 52% of crypto gamblers also prefer to play slots. The reason I put these statistics here around preferred games, is related to the fact that the adoption of crypto in gambling brought some innovation into the gaming, let's say, catalog. It is because of crypto that we saw new categories like probably fair games. This wasn't even a concept before crypto came into play, but now it's super popular, and the majority of casinos who would be categorized as crypto casinos offer the probably fair games, although these are not blockchain games, they don't run on blockchain. The concept is another testimony to what players are actually looking for, and one of the reasons that they are interested in crypto gambling. Other games that became popular are crash games, Plinko. We see that there are even brands who are only focused on one game vertical. Let's say only brands who offer only crash games, brands who offer only probably fair games. Traditional slots are still very popular, and traditional games in general, like card games, baccarat, etc., are still popular with players. But we also see a lot of successful brands who don't offer traditional casino games at all. Now, if we look at crypto gaming specifically, and I will talk about how that differs to gambling and how it's similar to gambling. So crypto gaming, if we look at any traditional type of games, be they multiplayer games, first-person shooter games, whatever type of games, there are common aspects which are brought over to crypto games that are being built. So that's asset ownership, the ability to trade assets on initial markets, secondary markets, like let's say the skins that you have in CSGO, and there's a huge market for that, and there's so many brands that exist for the purpose of player gambling away their skins on a secondary market. And they're highly successful with millions of active users. So they're like a subset of casino brands. Let's say we can let's say classify them as social casinos, maybe with a marketplace in them, like D-Market, CSGO, etc. So it is again with crypto gaming, we see the transfer of traditional game concepts into betting. So we see this crossover between gaming and betting, and a variety of ways how it comes into existence in different brands who decide to position themselves in one or a different vertical. Another thing is the verifiable social capital, which is basically the player to have some sort of digital identity in the game ecosystem. And we see how they create their own economies, these crypto games. Some successfully, some not. They issue their own tokens, etc. Some see traction, some don't. But nevertheless, the investment in the space is huge. Here are some statistics about investments in gaming projects, specifically gaming. Not even gambling, just gaming. It's more than $1 billion just in the second quarter of this year. We can see the numbers per month. So the investments are massive. And we see investment funds being created just for the goal to invest specifically in gaming projects, gaming products, new games or platforms or whatever, side products and so on. And there is a lot of capital that is being directed even from names that are super established in the investment space, who like A16, they invest in variety of, it's like a fund, like a child fund, let's say, of one of the most successful funds with investments in tech companies like Facebook and other big companies. So they have a dedicated fund just to invest in gaming and maybe gambling projects, we'll see. So there is a lot of interest, a lot of capital, a lot of activity. We see that almost 30% of total unique active wallets are related to gaming transactions, gaming activity. Now, why gambling drives crypto adoption? From player perspective, first of all, the anonymity, which they still have to some extent, because regulation hasn't been enforced really. So players still have their anonymity. There are casinos where they don't even have to create accounts. They can just bet from their wallets, from their wallets. They don't even need to, in a way, hold a balance with the casino or verify their identity in any way. The speed of payouts for sure is not comparable to the processing time of any fiat payment method, like let's say wire transfers. Even the documents that are needed to approve the transfer from the operator perspective, they're not comparable. So the speed of payouts is much better on crypto. The different engagement features that the crypto operators create for the players are another USP that makes it interesting for players, which is why it gives traction to crypto adoption as a payment method. And the fact that they create communities, it's a totally different way of gambling than traditional casinos and sports betting website. And the value instruments that they create are also quite unique. So in traditional betting, we have the balance or coins, we have experience points, something like that, where players can exchange them for something, whether that's merchandise, whether it's free spins, whatever, maybe free bets. But with the traction that crypto gambling is getting, we see different value instruments like NFTs and other things will come into play for sure. So it's a lot of innovation that comes from this space. Then we see, like I mentioned, new types of games, like the provably fair concept, like the new categories of games that we have been seeing the past few years probably wouldn't ever came into existence without the adoption of crypto as a payment instrument and therefore the existence of crypto gambling websites. The crossover between gaming mechanics and betting is very interesting, and brands do it to a different extent, because it's a spectrum between crypto gambling in general, between fiat brands accepting crypto as a form of payment versus brands who target the crypto-specific audience with totally different features and really don't have anything in common with any sort of traditional betting website or casino besides maybe, the way the bet is placed. Mm-hmm. We also see that a lot of concepts are brought over from trading to gambling, like staking, votes, even crypto loans are offered. So there is, in a way, the possibility to create somewhat like a super app where you can do a lot, like use it as a store of value, gamble away your funds, earn interest on your funds, etc. From back to my point about the fact that it's attracting a lot of investment in this space, gambling is the most popular category on DappRadar with more than 1,000 applications listed. So it's the largest portion that's attracting developer interest, so to speak. And we see a lot of interesting features like coin drops, faucets, loot boxes, community chats with coin drops, gifting, staking, NFT minting in the casino, slot battles, which is form of user-generated content where you create your game, basically. So it just makes it possible for new features to emerge that were not relevant at all several years ago.
Sorry, Anna, I had a question about Deep Raider. What is the actual, let's say, concept of this implementation of having more than 1,000 applications of gambling? Like, what is the definition of Deep Raider?
It just lists applications by categories, so decentralized applications. And when you look at the categories, it has like different, like DeFi is a category, like exchanges and similar. Then you have social is a category. I don't remember all the categories, but gambling is one of the categories, and it just has the most applications listed. Like similarly to if you open the Google App Store and you look at all the categories of apps, so gambling is the one with the most.
So it's like a new vertical players can take part of and have like more options of diversified options of playing with crypto gambling, let's say?
It has a lot of different applications. So some of them are actual casinos. Some of them are projects which get launched and then maybe they're like rug pulls. It's from my perspective, this is similarly to the Google App Store, but with different listing requirements, for sure, not so strict. So all these applications can be anything, but they're categorized as gaming based on what the player does in them. They're not at all the same. So more than 1,000 applications doesn't mean that they're 1,000 of the same thing. They're very different. Some of them are casinos, some of them are just like NFT lotteries or anything really.
Thank you very much.
Fact is, we saw the numbers about the investments in the space, so it's serious numbers. Now I only have a few slides left about adoption. I want to continue talking. From operator perspective, why crypto? Why it became popular for operators to launch crypto brands and why there is still so much interest in the space and more new operators are coming in. So crypto players are more valuable than fiat players. Maybe it's because they're more tech savvy, it's just a different audience. So people who hold crypto and can deposit with crypto or fiat are just a subset. The majority of crypto players are a different type of gamblers who don't necessarily come from traditional betting or casino. A lot of them are just gamers, traders. So the audience for gambling becomes wider when you make it crypto gambling, and the player value is higher. Also because the players are more tech savvy, more educated, so there are different patterns of fraud and bonus abuse and whatnot. But just because the average, let's say, educated profile for crypto players is way more compared to traditional gambling, and traditional gambling again differs. If we look at casino players versus bingo versus lottery, it would be different. But also you need to provide them a better experience because they expect a better experience than what traditional gamblers are used to. Again, these are tech savvy people, so the usual features just won't do. This is why we see really interesting engagement features emerge. Another main selling point for operators is the fact that crypto transactions are not reversible, so there are no chargebacks. This is a big pain point, chargebacks, as we know, not only in card transactions, but also in bank transfer transactions. So if you do crypto, you don't have this problem. The fees are lower. That wasn't always the case, but in the past years, the scaling solutions in crypto have made it possible to have lower fees on transactions. And this is also why a lot of new products are being built on blockchain, which wasn't possible when it was expensive. So if you have no chargebacks and low fees, and it's one payment method which is globally valid, so you don't need to do different integrations with different payment methods per market, that's just easier. It's just become much easier to launch a crypto casino or betting site nowadays than to do it the traditional way with all the fiat payment methods and customizations. Not to mention that you can keep your funds in a cold wallet if you wanted to, and you don't have to rely on somebody else to safeguard your funds as an operator. Now, all this relates to something that's called GambleFi. GambleFi normally refers to decentralized casinos. They're not popular, so there are many crypto betting websites and casinos, but most of them are not decentralized. However, there are few that are, and normally when they are, the core aspects of their business are powered by blockchain technology. From player perspective, obviously this is trustworthy, so it's expected that they would prefer a brand like that versus traditional.
Anna, I'll just have to stop you there just to be mindful of time. Are you going to be around for the next few days within the conference, or are you flying home? So if potential speakers and potential members of the
I'm
audience
here
wish to come and
until
meet you,
Friday.
where could they find you if they wish to engage or follow in with you further?
They can find me here.
Okay, so you will be present here.
Yes, I will be
Okay.
here. But I
Thank
think I
you.
have like 2 slides left, but we can drop it if you want.
Apologies, I just have to be mindful of giving everyone a fair shout. Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
Marco, representing my top slots, please, would you like to present, gentlemen at the back?
Hello. Hope you're having a nice time in intercontinental Dublin. I had a slight delay with the flight, but now I'm here and more relaxed now that I heard about Anna and all the valuable information that she stated. And I think she made big points, especially about the crypto space that is mainly dominated by the iGaming world that I, as an affiliate, know pretty much. And well, myself, I started in 2019 in Malta, working for one of the biggest corporations in the world, Kindred Group, Unibet. And from there, I got headhunted to other big corporations like Hacksaw Gaming and Prop Investments Limited, that was an operator. And during my time in Malta, I had the transition experience of fiat to crypto, and that is mainly because well, we all know that we need to have the player experience at the utmost priority. And we basically saw that if players were able to sign up instantly and to deposit instantly, not only the conversions will increase, the GGR, gross gaming revenue, will increase, but also the player experience, as Anna mentioned, and that's the utmost, let's say, priority for any operator or any affiliate like us. That we try to create value and make sure that the players have the best crypto casino offers and the best certified operators to play with. Now, it is important to know that I will address things on a very superficial level. I wanted to ask a question to all of the people here. How many of you guys have a wallet, e-wallet, let's say, Web3 e-wallet for the last 5 years? Okay. 2. That's not much.
3.
How many of you have a Web3 wallet for the last 2 years? Okay. Well, essentially, this means that it's an extremely new technology that is still in the process of developing and enhancing its product. But it's definitely a solution. It's definitely a decentralized solution for many, high rollers, for many people who just want to gamble and essentially for fun, but have no hassle in the registration process and in the essence of just depositing money, and also in the sense of having these blockchain games that Anna talked about, that she really explains deliberately, that have many options that are linked to crypto in and of itself. Now, I will just outline 3 main bullet points when it comes to the technology decentralization, the transparency, the let's say the total Bitcoin transactions for the last 5 years that is directly linked to the GGR, the gross gaming revenue the industry has seen, especially the market that I would cover as a Dutch national. The Netherlands has seen incremental substantial bets for the last 4 years, especially since it got legalized, because I started in Unibet when it was like a gray market, but ever since it got legalized, I think they went from 100,000 customers to almost 500,000, and that's just increasing year by year. Now, as Anna mentioned and other people here about crypto, it's it's just a solution where there's a public ledger, there's an end-to-end encryption transaction, and all the transactions are basically recorded. Now, there's of course loopholes, and this I will address later, that are linked to fraudulent activities, to people that might use such technologies to commit, let's say, illegitimate actions or even terrorism funding. But it is definitely a solution, especially when it comes to the centralized inflation caused by central banks and by the main institutions. The crypto space holds a solution for I send money to you, and basically there is no fluctuation. It's just the value that I send to you for the service that you provide to me. It's basically a fair exchange, right? And it's also stated in the concept of probably fair technology that allows the players to, or any user in the crypto space to, make transactions in a fair way without an intermediate. That in this case, it's the central banks. I mentioned before the volume of transactions. That's why I asked in the last 5 years which one of you has had registered with Web3, aka crypto wallets, and who hasn't had it in the last 2 years. And it's because it has almost doubled for the last 5 years. You can see that in 2020 we had about 500 million transactions, and now it has doubled to 1 billion. And I think other experts like Adam in this topic can have more of an effective prediction of the future, but this is only increasing year by year. And that comes down to many public but also private institutions stepping in the game. Let's see if it goes on. Like BlackRock, you've all known that BlackRock has made a huge milestone in the crypto space, especially with Bitcoin, betting hugely on this decentralized currency, allowing also big private corporations to trade with this currency, and also allowing this currency to enhance its yield and capital market share. And other big figures like Nayib Bukele, which I quite admire a lot. He's a pragmatic politician addressing, let's say, country problems from a rational perspective. And he was one of the first government officials to, legalize Bitcoin and use it as a official currency. Now, that doesn't mean it's a perfect solution. It's the next fiat currency, to say so, but it's definitely the way to go, and we should all join this debate of what is the best option to have this decentralized currency, and in the best way of not having an intermediate in place that is actually fluctuating and manipulating the actual value of the currency, because it's basically owned by the people who make the transactions and who build leverage with this currency. And that comes directly linked to the potential risks, and that comes with cyber terrorism, with fraud, anti-money laundering. Myself, I was raised in Spain, but I lived in Rotterdam for many years, and I'm Dutch national in essence. I know that in Holland, with the organized crime, it has been never as easy as now when it comes to receiving payments with crypto, or just like paying off suppliers, to say so. And it's definitely an issue that all the politicians in the parliament are working every day to solve, because it's always a let's say a challenge when you don't know where the money is coming from, and when certainly these people who have extremely let's say prominent power, but also in a bad way, have this option of freedom, and also this option of laundering money that eventually is used for a bad cause. So this is pretty much what I wanted to talk about. Of course, me as an affiliate, I started a year and a half ago launching my own site together with my good friend of Malta, my top slots, and soon starting a different site purely focused on crypto casino, also with the domain name that is targeting crypto casinos. But essentially, for me, it's still a learning curve, and also for me, it's the first time I talk to people on stage. But it's definitely the thanks. It's definitely the future, and I think we just need to be prone to learn. We need to be prone to accepting new technologies. We need to be prone to realizing that the factor that so many of my clients, as operators, are investing in this technology, are investing millions in having this shuffle from fiat to crypto, is for a reason. The first reason is it increases user experience, and the second reason, well, the overall profit margins increase as well. So we definitely need to take a chance to allow everybody from a private and public sector to let this sink in, as Elon Musk would say, and let this also be the new way of currency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. Can I get a round of applause, please, for Mr. Marco Braun? For your first presentation and for your first panel, you did fantastically. So
Thank you.
done.
Thank you.
Last but by no means least, you owe me a rematch, by the way. Can I please welcome Mr. Adam Azzopardi? Please, Adam, rock away.
No slides. I'm taking it impromptu. First off, always a pleasure hearing people speak about the crypto space and just seeing, where the whole space in general is heading. I'm Adam Azzopardi. I'm the head of product for the Web3 section within Betson Group. I've been in the space, in the crypto space, for the last 7 years. It was around the festive period of 2017 when Bitcoin started hitting all-time highs. When I got into the space, essentially, I remember putting in maybe 100 or so into Binance, thinking that I'm some top investor because I doubled my funds within a few hours and then lost them all a few hours later. But yeah, from there, of course, I understood that there was an opportunity to learn and to understand where we're heading, or where the space in general was heading. It was very clear from the get-go that there was technology that can be utilized in various aspects. We're going to be talking about the iGaming space today, but we can appreciate that companies, whether they form part of the iGaming space or not, can make use of blockchain technology. First off, I do want to differentiate between what crypto and blockchain is. It's a question that has been put on the table many times. Blockchain is the underlying technology. It is the technology that allows for decentralized verification of transactions, ensuring that there's no tampering with transactions or with data that is being put on the chain. And crypto itself is what gives it that financial value. So essentially, the contributors to the blockchain, the contributors to verifying those transactions, that data, and making sure it's authenticated, are in turn paid in crypto when it comes to layer 1 technologies. Since then, cryptocurrencies has evolved beyond the scope of just being a layer 1 value activator, so to speak. So companies and entities are now having their own cryptocurrencies, giving them as a form of utility to their users to encourage them to do different actions on their platform. And of course, this is one of the reasons why it's also gaining popularity in iGaming. We're seeing platform providers, for example, we can take Rollbit, that has its own cryptocurrency hitting its market cap of around 500 million because they are making very good use cases from the token that they have. On the other hand, by allowing crypto by welcoming crypto into iGaming platforms, it has also allowed these platforms to tap into new markets. when we have a look at cryptocurrencies, crypto platforms, and fiat-based platforms, one thing we notice is that we're no longer dealing with a single currency approach. Platforms that are Web 2 based, as we tend to call them from a Web 3 perspective, have the limitation of only being able to target single regions or single currencies because they are dealing with one currency at a time. When it comes to crypto platforms, that is not the case, because you can have platforms that are easily accepting 50, 70, 80, 90 currencies all at one go. But due to the nature of the iGaming platforms in general, and with the fact that they tend to integrate different third-party aspects into their platform to make it more of a holistic platform, some parts of that are being left behind. If you take, for example, the traditional games, the games we're used to. I know we briefly now touched upon the provably fair games, but let's take a step back from that. Let's look at the games that have been doing the rounds on the platform for the last few years. Those games essentially were tailored for single currency platforms. The providers that do build those games build them in a way that are added to a platform to accept one currency. So it has resulted in, I guess, a hacky way of being able to offer these games to be competitive, but having to find a way to allow multi-currencies to play on them, which is where essentially a prompt would come up on the screen telling the user that their balance is going to be displayed in a fiat currency and the balance is being deducted from their crypto wallet. So you have a bit of a makeshift solution that gets the job done, but doesn't get the job done well. And that's where these new form of games have come in. The games that are essentially tailored for the crypto space, they allow users to play with multi-currencies very seamlessly, so the user can quickly switch his balance and play with a currency as he deems fit. So we are seeing the iGaming space in general evolve quite well to cater for this influx of new audiences. But we also have to appreciate that the crypto space has a tendency of being looked at in a gray fashion, so to speak. We basically just looked at the fact that it is also used as a way for anti-money laundering, financial crime, and so on and so forth. How do you work around that? Regulation has to come into play. Over-regulation maybe is a risk at the moment since it's an evolving industry, but we have to appreciate that there needs to be a form of regulation. Now, there are jurisdictions that are positioning themselves at the forefront of the crypto space. We have the Curaçao license, but we also have other jurisdictions that are coming into play as well, such as the MGA. I myself am Maltese. I live in Malta, so I'm quite exposed to the MGA license in general. And the MGA is looking at allowing for platforms to be able to cater for this growing audience within the iGaming space. So we are heading into the direction we need to be able to have crypto as a, how would I put it, more market-ready industry, so to speak. We're even seeing it outside the scope of the iGaming space as well, with ETFs coming out, with governments looking at implementing it, as Marco just touched upon. So the industry is heading in the right direction. It is growing. It is young, because we have to appreciate that while the stock exchange has been there for over 100 years, the crypto space has not. The Bitcoin came out in 2007, and then altcoins came out at a later stage. So we have to appreciate that it is still a very young industry. But it is an industry heading in the right direction on a global scale and also on an iGaming scale as well. I would say that's pretty much from my part.
Have we lost one of the mics?
Maybe I killed it, I'm sorry. So what is Betson doing with blockchain? Are you using blockchain to build something? What are you building? What is your crypto offering for players beyond accepting it as a form of payment?
Yeah, so essentially I joined Bets in January 2023, so last year. Before that, we weren't really looking at the crypto space, so to speak. Betson as a company, starting off with land-based and then going into the online gambling space, has been active for the last 60 years. But crypto, of course, was very recent, and we must appreciate as well that when it comes to larger institutions, new technology takes time to implement. So I joined last year. The first point for me was to identify from a product perspective how we can make use of blockchain, of cryptocurrencies within the scope of what Betson is trying to do. Of course, Betson is a publicly listed company, so we have to appreciate that if we're going to delve into crypto, if we're going to delve into blockchain, it needs to be done from the right point of view. So essentially, that is what we're doing right now. We're looking at how we can implement it with within our existing technology, within the lines of the law, and seeing how we can offer it to our user base to tap into that existing market.
Thank you very much, Adam. I would like you all to give a round of applause, please, to our panelists for this wonderful discussion. You are all present. Adam, I know you're flying back, but you'll be around for a while. I know you've already said you'll be available. Marco, you'll be around for tomorrow as well. So if anyone has any questions or follow-up that you want to have for these lovely people, please feel free to make yourselves available and come find them. Can I get one more round of applause, please? Thank you very much. Right, our final presentation, because I know it's late and everybody is probably tired. Our final presentation will be on positive play and safer gambling, which I know a lot of people just leave the room when they hear that. Can I ask for 5 minutes and we will have our speakers on for our final panel of today. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. So this is our final panel of the evening. I know everyone is tired and it's been a long day, but if I'm honest and can be objective, or not so much, this is the panel I have been most looking forward to all day. Oh, I am, just Dave, I am. Can I please ask you all to give a round of applause to Miss Sarah Curran, Mr. Michael Byrne, sorry, and David Richardson, please. So this panel is on an area often talked about in the gambling industry, but basically from my own experience of dealing with it for about 12 years, often underplayed and ignored, even maligned in some aspects. So this is about positive play, which is a new concept to some people, strangely enough, and about safer gambling in general. David, I'll let you start.
Hello, and thanks for staying for the headline act today. So we thought we'd just introduce ourselves to start with and just touch upon where we fit into positive play in our day-to-day jobs and I suppose it's our beliefs as well. So I work for a company called Better Change. We're about 3.5 years old, and the whole philosophy behind Better Change was a bit of a different, safer gambling company to what is already out there. So a lot of safer gambling companies are based around lived experience at the moment, which has got a really important place to play in safer gambling. Learning from people who have had a gambling addiction, but I suppose Better Change is saying, why can't we learn from people who gamble well and gamble healthy and have a lifetime value of gambling and actually enjoy it? So that's where there's a real distinct difference in what we do at Better Change and what I do on a day-to-day basis. And to like put that coherently into one thing, we do safer gambling for people who gamble. We don't do safer gambling for people who shouldn't be gambling. There's lots of services, lots of blocking software out there. So that's very much where we look at it differently to traditional safer gambling.
Michael, please.
So I'm Michael Byrne. I am a kind of poacher turned gamekeeper in the sense that my background is in the gambling industry. I've been a senior manager in gambling for a lot of years. And the company I work for now is called Department of Trust. And we started out really with our founder, Charles Cohn, thinking about how do you empower people who bet with the information that they need to stay safe. Because there's a lot of abstract thinking or talk really around responsible gambling and so on. But how do you actually give people the tools that they need in order to be safe? How do you keep them aware of where they are in terms of their spend in a world where they probably have on average 5 gambling accounts? Maybe they've signed up for more, they get an offer for free spins, an offer for free bet. Very quickly, it's possible for people to lose track of themselves. And we started out building an app called Bet Budget, which was the first kind of personal finance app that was aimed at people who gamble. And we used basically the new tech of open banking in order to deliver. People could open an account with us anonymously, connect their banks, and then keep track of all of their deposits and their winnings and everything else across all of the myriad of accounts that they might have. And that was the start. And then we thought, well, what does open banking also do for operators? Was how do we solve things like source of funds and make that kind of easier? And so the genius of what we do now, which is a kind of full turnkey risk management system for gambling companies, still integral to it in its DNA is Bet Budget. And the idea that you promote gambling not as a problem or a health issue or whatever, but as something that people do with their leisure time, where you need to empower them to keep safe and to keep aware and on track of what they're doing. And I think the change in the language that you're talking about, as I understand positive play, is about a more honest and empowering conversation with the people who are your customers as a gambling operator, and putting things up front instead of where they are now, which is basically at the point of triage, right? So you've hit a threshold, you're in trouble, or maybe you're in trouble, we don't know. And now we're going to ask you safer gambling questions. Now we're going to make you aware of your gambling. And I think positive play is more about putting those things up front. So that's the element of the discussion that I'm really interested in today.
Thank you very much. Sarah, please.
My name is Sarah Curran. I'm head of marketing for Ecogra. Ecogra is an independent test lab. We were founded over 20 years ago, originally as a non-profit. So 4 key stakeholders within the industry came together and recognized the need for a set of generally accepted practices that everyone in the industry could hold themselves to. So it was a time before regulated jurisdictions. And it was really founded on the ideals of player protection, responsible gaming, fair play within the industry. And our EGAP, our original service line, was the foundation and inspiration for many of the regulations in regulated markets today. Today, we're an independent test lab, as I mentioned. We operate in over 40 jurisdictions globally, and we provide testing and certification services to the iGaming industry. Our clients would know us best for our quality, speed, and service promise, which my CEO made me promise to get into this speech. And so we provide testing and certification to the iGaming industry.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to stand for this, and as I prepped a few before, I'm going to act as a bit of a foil to some of you, because like you, Michael, I have an experience in the industry. I've worked specifically in safer gambling for 10 years. So it's pretty much my majority of my adult professional life has been dealing with players from all aspects, both people who play responsibly and the lessons that can be learned there, towards the players who end up in trouble, and then eventually to the lived experience, which David will know we have common relationships and common business agreements. How would you explain safer gambling and positive play? Let's focus more on positive play, to say the room down the road where the poker tournament's going on just down the hall. How do you explain the concept of what you should do for a positive play to stay as a safe and perfectly level-headed player into your future gaming background, rather than fluctuate and get into possible trouble? What recommendations and statements would each of you have?
If I want to start with that, picking up on something what Michael said as well, I said about how you would gamble responsibly and you enjoy it. The way we look at responsible gambling and safer gambling is that it is leisure and entertainment. No one's ever gone to a restaurant and said, I've just lost £200 or 200 euros. But they'll go to a casino and say, I've lost €200 or £200. Where actually they might have spent 2 or 3 hours doing that same activity, what they really enjoy. So it's actually reframing it into a legitimate, heavily regulated leisure activity. And as long as you are the literacy and the understanding of the gambling is where we would say positive play is different from safer gambling. Safer gambling, if hijacked might be a strong word, but it's been hijacked by actually stopping gambling a lot of the time.
Yes.
But stopping gambling inherently can't be safer gambling. If you can't gamble safely, you can't gamble at all. And that's really important for a small minority of people. They shouldn't get involved with positive play. They shouldn't gamble because those people are the ones that are at risk of harm. And we can identify them now with AI, different companies, different organizations who specialize in that. What we would say with positive play is, if you take gambling out of this, it could be any industry in the world, but if you look at it as customer service rather than safer gambling, you want to make sure your customers are having a great experience, a great time from the first time you come into contact with them. So if I've gambled for the last 20 odd years and really enjoyed gambling, but if I got a safer gambling message now off one of the operators that I use, I'd feel like I'd done something wrong. I'd feel like I'd broken.
Punitive.
It would be punitive, and it'd be like Michael against it. It'd almost be that too late. Where really, when you're signing up to an operator, a really great experience is actually integrating that safer gambling, that responsible gambling, and that positive play messaging right from the start. So you're looking after the customer. You get a lifetime value of the customer. You're retaining the customer more, which is a lot cheaper than acquiring a customer. So actually, we would say positive play is a part of safer gambling, which can actually improve the operator's bottom line, rather than which it has been seen in years gone by as something which is an extra cost, and dare I say it, to tick a box a lot of the time. Where actually, if it's taken seriously, it can actually improve the business.
Yep, a lot of operators, especially in the early days, you spoke with eCobra and how you started out before there was established regulatory bodies. even following on from, say, 2009, 2010, when France was the first regulated market and we followed on Spain, a lot of operators still saw safer gambling as essentially, or responsible gaming, it's called, the killjoys. They were a revenue hog. They basically killed income for the business. Do you think that has finally started to change, not just as a regulatory tick box exercise, as you said, but businesses are starting to see the merits for how safer gambling, if it's presented correctly and a more open-ended way to the player base, is seen much more as engaging as opposed to something punitive? Sarah?
Yeah, I'd totally agree with that. And I think what you see is the really smart operators, or like we would view them as early adopters, right? Who are looking at responsible gambling and safer gambling, like way back, like years ago. It's a sustainable business model, as David just said. You know, you don't want players to come in with big deposits and then burn out, and then they go down the ADR route. So one of the services that we provide also is alternative dispute resolution. That's just a headache for operators. You know, there's an investigation that needs to follow, and then they lose that player forever and they have to acquire new players, right? And your churn is massive. Whereas you look at the really clever operators, even like years back, they're looking at how they can prolong the life cycle of their customers. And like, if you look at the likes of Flutter, what they're doing now, they want players almost like in Ireland, we're used to the national lottery, right? Everybody puts on a tenner every week and they do their numbers, and it's just something that you've always done. It's part of our culture. Like, that's what they're really, like, the tier one operators are doing right now. You know, they want customers that are sustainable, enjoying their gaming experience. And it safeguards the industry, but it safeguards their business as well. And it, like, they were doing that years ago. And if you look at it now, they're using the latest AI tools and they're using algorithms, and they're looking after their players in a way now where they're sending them toward games with, you know, lower thresholds and, you know, smaller winnings and things like that to kind of safeguard them from their losses almost, you know. And I think that's where the player protection without, you know, the exclusion piece is coming in as well, you know, that it's just making sure that they enjoy the experience while still safeguarding against those large pitfalls.
Thank you very much. Michael, I had a few minutes in preparation for this panel to actually look at the Department of Trust. And the first thing that came to mind was the services and the different data streams that you guys can use there would have taken hours out of an investigation that I would have run in case, because you have open source information. So we would have checked the county court judgments, we would have checked credit histories, we would have done checks on affordability. All of that is condensed into your product. Do you find that a lot of operators are jumping on to the condensed and the ease of which your product, and even just that approach of information, or is there still, in your opinion, a resistance in the space?
We launched Complete, which is the everything kind of platform that has every check that you need basically in the UK regulated market, particularly in January this year. I can only say that we work with an awful lot of operators already, and it's not because I'm great at sales or our relationship guys are really good. It's because the product is really good. And to the point around time saving, often the problem from, forget about the operator, forget about me as Department of Trust or whatever, but if you think of the person who's consuming gambling, right, is using it for their leisure time, if they hit a threshold, they're often in a kind of limbo stage where their account is suspended or their deposit is suspended, whatever it is, or limited for weeks. And
Yes.
I've been in places where it's been a month or even 2 months before it got to a place where somebody had to make a decision one way or the other about what happened with them. And so anything that speeds up the kind of manual work obviously is good for a consumer and it's good for the operator. I think going back to the general point about positive play, one of the things that always struck me when I was on the operator side is that we assume that the consumer, every consumer that comes to a gambling site knows what they're doing, right? They sign up to an offer, right? Whether it's free bet or free spin or whatever it is. And then they're dropped on a site that has a myriad of casino games, has probably a sports book, most people don't know what odds are. They don't know what fractional odds are in the UK.
Mhm.
At one point in my life, I was one of those people. I had no idea, had to learn. But I think one of the things about positive play that I think the industry should really think about is how do you actually treat the people who sign up, who have intent at that moment to create an account, like they mightn't know anything, right? And how do you put front and center, hey, this is what sports betting looks like, this is what odds looks like. They're hidden away in kind of help pages. But actually, why isn't that gamified for people, and why isn't that brought front and center on the site when you sign up? Why, for instance, is it not a kind of, would you like to learn more? You've signed up. And I also wonder about the operators, because if, say, 50% of people sign up, convert to a first deposit, let's say that's a good first deposit ratio. The assumption is always, oh, they're bonus hunters. They didn't, they're not good traffic or whatever it is. But maybe they just arrived and went, what's this? No idea what free spin sounded good or whatever, but actually I have no idea how to navigate this world, right? And so putting those, giving people a sense of what it is that they're looking at, what RTPs are like, what's a good RTP to start off with, for instance, or all of those things, those are also positive play and safer gambling things, because the more informed the customer is, the less likely they are to fall for things like the gambler's fallacy, to chase losses, to think that just because red came in 5 times, black is going to come in the next time if they're playing roulette or whatever it is. So I think that there is a kind of, there is a assumption in the gambling industry that everybody knows what it is we do and what the product is. And actually, most people don't, because most people don't gamble apart from the lottery and do that. So I think there's a kind of almost a reimagining that could happen, right? Where you put the player life cycle kind of reset it at 0, and you say, let's assume people don't know. Let's give them the option to learn more about each of the things. Let's create a hover over, or whatever it is, over the various products that we offer. None of that is there on most sites, right? And so it's I think that there is a kind of assumption because we speak to ourselves too much in the industry.
Oh, definitely.
I was going to. I couldn't agree more with Michael there, which is never great on a panel, but I really could agree with. I really do agree with him that in the gambling industry we speak into a vacuum a lot, which is just people who work in the gambling industry, and there's so many instances where people are put off gambling because they're actually quite intimidating, especially like the land-based, walking into a casino, walking into a bookmaker's shop. So it's not just the online world we're talking about now, and it can be quite an intimidating place, and we create this stigma. So like Michael was saying, you can get an Acker on, or you can get a Trixie on, or a Lucky 15. And we're talking to people who've never had anything to do with gambling before, who have signed up to your site, and you're putting them off from their first interaction with it. That wouldn't happen in any other industry.
It's choice paralysis. It's the irony of giving your customers much more opportunities to put yourself out above your competitors, but the opposite effect where you basically just deer in the headlights everyone. What am I looking at?
And yeah, exactly. And what you were saying before about, do you think the operators now are much more aware of that? I don't think they're much more aware of it. I think they're starting to. And I think that depends on individuals. There are definitely some operators which we don't change because we've done things as we always do them, and we do them that way. And which is really, it's going to be stagnate the business. But there are some really good operators where they're blending marketing and compliance now, rather than them butting against budgets and clashing about what they want. They're actually blending them together. And the exact sort of thing what Michael was saying, we're working with the casino at the moment. They've got 9 venues across the UK, a big one in Leicester Square. And what they've said is that they want to get more people through their doors, and they want to actually use safer gambling to get more people through the doors. And they're working with us on that. And the way we're doing that is exactly what we've just been speaking about. Is actually, it's a learn to play project. So it's people can come in, they can play with, the idea is with groups of friends, but a very social atmosphere where actually you're taught to play. Casinos have done it forever, but they've done it forever in a way it's always seemed like they're just trying to get money off people. Where this is a genuine sort of entertainment experience, which includes food, a few drinks, enjoying the occasion, learning to play the games, being able to ask the questions before you're thrown into what's seen as the pit of the casino. But what we're doing with them as well, we're actually doing a digital version of that as well. So if you don't want to go through that casino door still, on their website. We're doing the Learn to Play TikTok style videos, 20, 30 seconds long, engaging a new customer base for that casino. They're learning how to play basic blackjack, even things like the etiquette. So it's not just about the rules, it's the etiquette. Do you know where to sit, what to do, what signs to make, and things like that, which people just don't know. And a lot of casinos are quite ignorant in that respect, that they feel like people do know it, where actually we're trying to engage a new audience, which is actually safer gambling, but it's going to support the gambling industry as well, which I don't think has really been, well, 5 years ago, that wouldn't have been something that was even spoke about.
No, Dara?
And yeah, and just to follow on from your points there, guys, about educating people about gambling and about how to play, I think it's important as well for people to self-educate and to have a self-awareness. So there's amazing tools being launched at the moment. Like earlier this year, Mindway AI launched a tool called Gamealize, which was a self-test, which was a short card game where in the beginning it asks you about your own perceptions, about your risk profile, and the choices that you would make when you're gambling. Then you play a short card game, and then it gives you the results, and you get to see how your own perceptions marry up with the actual reality when you're in the card game. And like, I know, having done it myself, what I thought and what the results were very different. So I think there's an important self-awareness piece there as well. Like, there's so many tools for not just the operators to educate on how to play, but also players to educate themselves as well.
Yeah, that's very good, Michael.
I just would have said, I think that the big difference between positive play and responsible gambling is, or safer gambling, is going from it being a triage issue or a triage for an issue to getting on the front foot of it and being actually more transparent with the consumer, and therefore having a more educated consumer, and therefore having a safer consumer.
Couldn't agree more.
And I think safer gambling, responsible gambling, is a continuum. And if you imagine Gordon Moody in the UK, rehabilitation, where my colleague used to work, for people who are really suffering from the most severe gambling-related harm, PGSI, like high 20s, never mind 8. So you've got that at one end of the continuum. Then I think positive play is almost at the other end of the continuum. But what we do at the moment is, in the UK with safer gambling, we kind of work with everyone towards the Gordon Moody end of the continuum, where actually there's so many touch points with that customer before they get anywhere near there. And I think positive play is actually the opportunity to work with that customers rather than working with the 5%. Don't quote me on that. But rather than working with the 5%, positive play is working with 95% of people who want to gamble, which is a huge market.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think if you were to put this panel out to almost any industry, a lot of people would say, and a lot of business owners would say, 95% of their customers operate safely. They don't worry about that 95%, whether it's Amazon overspending, whether it's overeating or anything like that. They never consider that 95. They know what they're doing, it's okay. And then where safer gambling has been, as you said, hijacked, is down into the 5%, down into the horror story section, which, we all have loads of those sort of stuff. But you both spoke about how information, how education for the customers is so important. As Michael, you said, it's good for the customer experience. If you take any business and you make assumptions on how informed, or you take away a level of care to those customers, you lose them. And I think that's what I'm hoping this panel, and hope what this entire expo can drive for the business and for the entire industry, is that there are opportunities amongst opportunities amongst opportunities, and pushing positive play and pushing a more open-ended version of safer gambling, a stifling version, I think will be a massive benefit for everybody. Anyone point?
Yeah, I agree. And I guess, speaking from my own background in marketing, I think marketing is probably a good place to start. And Scott and Dara both touched on it earlier. Dara, particularly when he talked about marketing being kind of aimed towards that whale profile that he mentioned. It's all about the jackpots and what you could win. Whereas that's actually just a really tiny percentage of the people that play. And actually, if we change the narrative and the story around it, and we make it more compelling about the game and the enjoyment and the entertainment aspect, I think we have a responsibility as marketers to do that within the industry as well. And we can change the narrative of the whole industry if we do that. Because I think so many people still have that perception of the gambling operators that are just trying to lure people in to take all their money, and casino games are still seen as something that happens in a darkened room, and it's something that it's the gambling addicts that are in there, whereas actually a lot of the the tier one operators again, and the games that are being made nowadays it's more about collaboration and community. And I think you saw particularly during lockdown, people turn to it as a form of entertainment and a way to keep in touch online and to have that entertainment space online. And I think if we can bring that education piece into the marketing mix and start it from the very beginning so that customers don't have a misconception when they're coming through the door initially, that's a great place to start.
I think marketing does have a massive role to play, but I almost feel a bit sorry for the marketeers because of that hamstrung by over-regulation and the politics of it, especially in the UK. It's so politicised. The actual people who really, really need the help, who really need it, are actually, they suffer more than anyone. Regarding vote winning and things like that, we could get into detail there, but one small part of that which I feel quite passionately about is the front of shirt sponsorship in gambling. That's been a vote winner. It's been a huge thing about prohibitionists, based on absolutely zero evidence that actually front of shirt sponsorship does anything to increase the rate of gambling harm. What it showed is that it increases brand loyalty, which is what marketing wants to do. But there's absolutely no evidence at all, and that was a whole piece of legislation that came in just because of political pressure. So actually, until we start looking at actually effect and cause and actually looking at the data, it's a real tough place to be in the marketing world, because you could, marketers in gambling could do so much good, but they're not almost allowed to do it because of all these external factors which have actually got nothing to do with safer gambling.
Actually, yeah, that's a great point. I think the education piece really also needs to start with the regulators, because I think that a lot of these restrictions are being put in place, with the best intentions, but actually, like you say, they're hamstringing companies or they're having the opposite effect. So, like, Italy's quite strict in terms of their advertising, and like if you look at license fees and massive fines and other restrictions that are in place, all it does is drive players to the black market, because operators pull out of markets, and then the gamblers still want to gamble, the actual problem gamblers, and then they're the ones that turn to the black market, and it just exacerbates the whole issue.
I would maybe caveat that by saying that actually the gambling industry didn't put its house in order without regulation, and that's why regulation happened. And actually the opportunity for things to be switched to positive play instead of being responsible gambling or safer gambling, which is reactive, right, is an opportunity for the industry, right? Because actually what has really happened was there were so many horror stories, right, where people weren't being checked and they weren't being protected and they weren't being there wasn't great KYC on the customer, the source of the funds wasn't known, everything else. So in that atmosphere, you get a knee-jerk of reaction. And I think the same thing will happen if you think of America at the moment, the US and each of the states. It's kind of considered to be open. It's safer gambling light, let's say. The great thing about America is it's very laissez-faire until it's not. And so what is dangerous for the gambling industry, if you're looking at it from their perspective, is that the kind of regulatory sanction and the banning of advertising and things that happened on things like tobacco will happen to gambling, right? So like I say, I think the whole premise of positive play is about getting ahead of those things and putting the house in order properly, having a truthful and honest and kind of productive relationship with the consumer, i.e., to your point about marketing, hey, I'm going to have a night in tonight. I'm going to spend 50 quid because it'd cost me 100 quid to go into town. And that's what I want to spend my money on. But I'm not going to spend any more than that. And and I'm not going to be allowed to either. It's a different conversation. Have a great night in with yourself. Play your favorite slot. This is what it is. Or play poker, whatever it is. But that's an honest thing to say, right? It's not, actually what we want you to do is lose your money, then go in again and redeposit and da, which is the way it was. And so regulation comes in because that was the de facto behavior of gambling companies prior to the last probably 8 years.
It's almost like it's suffering a historical hangover, isn't it? It's still suffering from that, where a lot of people working in the industry now are almost responsible for that, but in the media and in the wider world, it's still got that reputation. So it's going to take something quite bold, isn't it, to change that? And I think positive play can do that, but it's certainly not an overnight solution.
It's an amazing thing when I tell people what I do, right? Even I'm home in Ireland since last Wednesday. People have said to me, "What is it you do?" So we provide. Maybe, but all I was going to say is no, sorry, but all I was going to say is people who, you know, friends of mine or family or whatever, don't have any clue about gambling. They're not gamblers, right? And they're not involved in the industries. And they say, "What do you do?" Well, we provide like financial risk checks, and because at certain thresholds they have to check for this and that, and we do KYC and we do PEPs and sanctions and we do all of these things on the platform. And they go, "What, do they do that? Do they? Do gambling companies check for that kind of thing?" Yeah, that's what they have to do. And the people have no idea, because the perception is that gambling companies are horrible things that just want to take people's money and don't have any kind of protection in place. That's the lag.
But marketing aren't allowed to actually fight back on that because they get criticised for that as well.
Exactly. So the lag is, you know, the old perception persists even though the new practice is in place. And similarly, you're not allowed. It's gone so far that you can't actually say, even a very simple, honest message. And again, I don't work as a gambling operator anymore, but you know, our margin is 5%, right? That's all the bets and wins in gambling. It's about a 5% margin for the operator, right? Just tell people, say, hey, people win, you know. A lot of the time people win, but we make this much money. And be honest about it. Say, this is what we make. It's published anyway for POCs and everything else. Be honest with the consumer. That's the missing piece, I think. The perception of the consumer and people at large lags behind the kind of step forward that the industry takes.
Michael, you were saying there, I will return to your question, lady. You were saying there about when you've come home and you've visited family members and said what you do. From my own experience, I would say what I did for years and years and years in the industry and be met with a complete blank face, even by people in the industry. Say for gambling, responsible gaming, like you guys take that seriously as a box ticking exercise. Now that's within the industry. You extrapolate that up to the actual wider population. And there's just a void where people, even now, where we are, 2024, where there's so many regulated markets, there's so much high profile news about it, there's still huge gaps and just complete lack of knowledge amongst the population that the gambling companies aren't trying to grab you, shake you and throw you on a heap. Those days, as you both all said, the hangover from the others are gone, but the public perception remains. You asked with regards to the licensing. This is something we were planning to get onto tomorrow, but if you have time, do you want to talk about the upcoming license here?
From my point of view, very briefly, not specifically about the Irish license, I'll leave that to Sarah, but I was at an event last week where they were talking about the UK Gambling Commission, and they were there as well, saying that they're possibly the biggest anti-gambling lobbyists in the UK, which is a really sad place to be, because they should be working together. But I work with a lot of operators, and it's I used to be a teacher, and it reminds me of the Ofsted and teacher relationship. How it's like, oh, you've got to get your ducks in line, otherwise you're going to get told off and fined. And I think the Irish regulation, if anything, can learn from the UK regulation, but learn by not doing the same thing, not by copying it, which is a danger. And the over-regulation, the data, talking about the data, there's no data to bring in some of the rules, but there's a lot of data to show that over-regulation causes people to bet on unregulated markets. So it's like pick and choose when we want the data or where we just want someone's opinion. Sorry, Sarah.
No, absolutely, I agree. I think there's some things that the UK is doing really well. So if we are looking at copying the UK model, which we generally do at a lot of things, there is some positives out of that. So for example, in the UK and Malta, you have to have an independently appointed ADR provider. So ADR is alternative dispute resolution. So if a player is unhappy with a payout or any aspect of a game, really, they can lodge a complaint with that ADR provider. And then the likes of, that's one of the services that we provide at Ecogra. So we would launch an investigation into that and see whether it's a valid claim and investigate that with the operator. So I think that's one of the things that the UK is doing really well. There's been controversy recently in the last year or so about over-regulation in the UK, which, like, I guess it does make it harder for operators and creates more issues. So I think there is definitely learnings that you can take from that. There's some other European jurisdictions that are doing other things incredibly well. So I think probably my advice for the Irish regulator would be to seek out advice from other jurisdictions, from other regulators, speak to the other regulators, particularly the ones in Malta are very happy to share their knowledge. They're probably one of the longest standing regulators in Europe and have a lot of information to share. Equally, we can learn a lot from the UK. I think some of the biggest concerns around the Irish legislation are things like the daylight ban on advertising, which I know is going to impact the likes of, for example, Racing TV, that they may not be able to offer a stream here anymore. The fact that the GRAI, as I've already mentioned, is going to do ADR resolution in-house, I think they're biting off quite a piece of work there. Maybe they don't realise the amount that's involved in the investigative process on that side of things. But yeah, overall, look, we at Ecogre, we believe that regulation is a good thing. It's what we were founded on. A lot of the regulations, as I mentioned already, in Europe are founded on our set of best practices. So we're excited, but I think that there is a lot of nuance that's going to be required in terms of what the final legislation actually looks like and how it all washes out, really.
I'd also say I think regulation is a great thing to come in. It's just regulation done correctly by people who understand the impact. Like the racing TV, it kills racing. There's no other way around it. It doesn't survive that. And actually that impact, and then the knock-on consequences of that as well. So I think regulation is a great thing. I think the UK GC do loads of brilliant things, but I think there's some things that are driven by political reasons which actually make no sense.
Hi, I think this is super interesting, and I'm really curious, really interesting. But I'm also, I mean, you guys have spoken a lot about UK regulation and the upcoming Irish regulation, but European regulation is somewhat a little bit different because, you know, from cultural perspectives, you know, you go to Cyprus or you go to Italy or you go to Spain, and going to the casino still means, hey, it's a night out with my friends. I'm not doing anything wrong. It's great. And then you go into those darker areas, which is where safe gaming comes into play and, you know, positive play comes into play. How do you work with those? Because, like, the poker regulation that came into Spain destroyed the industry. And it wasn't made by people that understood the industry. And to this day, it's just suffering more and more. And we're not talking about the EPT Barcelonas. We're talking about, you know, the regular Joe that offers poker as a game, and they don't have dealers because it doesn't benefit those casinos. And I'm talking land-based specifically, you know, but how is that affecting? Like, how is it different in comparison to what we see here? Well, not here, but in the UK, in comparison to the continent.
I think it really depends on the jurisdiction. If you were to speak to people who operate in Sweden, they'd say that the Swedish law is really restrictive. Lots of other jurisdictions in Europe are quite tough. Spain is one. I think that, but there's an old kind of truism about America. They used to say that if America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. And I think that the truth in gambling is that when the English regulator sneezes, the rest of Europe catches a cold. And so the truth of it is there could be much, the situation could be much worse. I think like Sweden is a great example. It could be much worse in the UK, it could be much worse in Ireland. But to your point, if you encourage players to leave regulated operators, go with unregulated operators, you break. It doesn't matter whether you call it positive play or you call it responsible gambling or whatever you call it, there is none of that there, right? And if they're going off and spending money, in, no offense to anyone here, but in crypto casinos, there is very little player protection in most of them, right? And so on. So yeah, I think it's a mixed bag, but how Ireland regulates, the good thing is it is regulated because it has been kind of grey for a long time. So it's good that there is at least a framework, and then let's see how it washes out.
Just hopefully we've got time, not so, because I could go on for a long time about this, but very briefly, one of the conversations we've had quite a bit is moving people to the grey or black market it can be seen as a bit of an excuse. So rather than thinking about how you stop the grey and black market, because you're never going to ban it, it's just impossible to ban it. Rather than do that, why are people going there? Why is their product better? So make your product, make the regulated product a better product and the choice of the consumer. So rather than, again, like Michael said before, it's kind of reactive, be proactive. How can you make the regulated product better? Because if the regulated product is attractive to customers, it looks after customers and it gives free choice and lets them enjoy the product. The black market's struggling. It would struggle. In all honesty, the black market or grey market, whatever you want to call it, the truth is it offers some really good products to people because people are choosing to play there. It's not all people who don't pay out. If black market and grey markets didn't pay out winnings, people wouldn't bet there with them. It's very short term. They do pay out. They do offer some good services. There's a lot of danger there because they're unregulated. There's a lot of copying of games, which I know a few people spoke about last week at a different panel. But for me, it'd be a case of make the regulated market more attractive to keep people in it rather than trying to stop the black market.
And also, there's probably a huge opportunity for regulators to come together and to learn from each other, from each other's mistakes, but also from what's worked and to kind of align on legislation across Europe as well.
To go back to your point, and from my experience with the regulators across all of Europe, I think there is, when a new country wants to get regulated and wants to have regulation, the initial idea is we will speak to our neighbours, they've had this license for 5 or 6 years, and we will get best practice from them. I think that's the initial intention. Unfortunately, what has happened consistently over the last 15 years in the European markets is each market copies each other like 50% of the time, and then they come up with completely individual ideas and regulations. You spoke of the Spanish license. The Spanish license brought in policies regards to player deposits, both land-based and on casinos, in a system that makes no sense, and that was 12 years ago. No other licenses followed it. To go back to your question about the Irish license and to not take the fun out of the room or any hope, but what I would imagine is to come from the Irish license, it will take the same with the UK, the same with Sweden, they've gone too far the other way, but Italy, Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, it takes time. It is, unfortunately, it's a trial and error mechanism. And whatever version of the regulations we get in the foreseeable future will have to be revised and iteration and cut up and fine-tuned probably in the next 5 years. I know there's a lot of concern in the building with regards to this stake limit, the proposed stake limit. One last question before we go. Does anyone have any opinions on this stake limit, which is, even outside the racing, the ban on daylight racing, is probably the most contentious point for the new license?
My only opinion is that a state limit, a blanket state limit, cannot work for the whole population. It works in things like alcohol, because alcohol is consumed by units, where gambling is consumed by financial units. So a state limit just doesn't, it can't work in that respect because it's not relative to the population. Like a state limit for one person is completely different to another person, completely different to another person. So the state limits, even when you're looking at financial risk checks and things like that, for me is, I can't see how it can do anything positive for the industry. And I don't actually think the data shows that it protects players from harm either. Again, how many people who are getting into harm were betting above the state limits what they brought in? Or is it just a case of, I will pluck a number from the air? Because I've never seen any evidence to show that the numbers they've put in are based on anything other than it's a nice round number.
So I would kind of say this: if I register a gambling account in the UK anyway, and it will ask me how much do I want, what's my deposit level, yeah, and if I put in the highest level, right, nothing will happen, right? Nothing will happen. I will go in and I'll do what I'm doing, and it won't make a difference to me until I hit a threshold.
Yeah.
For that amount of money, right? What's going to happen to me? Or I'm going to be checked by Department of Trust, whoever it is, right? But it's completely the wrong way of doing it. If I select, I'm prepared to bet £1 million, okay, prove it. You know, if you know someone has selected an amount that is greater than the threshold, 150 quid in February, in the UK deposit net loss in a month, right? Then, and if they've registered an account and they've said they want to bet a large amount of money, then immediately onboard them and say, great, sir, fantastic, welcome. You know, we'd like to, you've said you want to deposit 10,000 a week. Great, let's have the conversation about how you can do that. Then you don't need a stake limit because you've already got ahead of it. This is the thing that's kind of so disjointed about the whole process. You put in a nominal deposit amount, and then there's nothing. There's no follow-up. And I think that's what's missing, and that's where regulation steps in, because there's this huge gap. And, you know, there's still that thing where it's a tick box thing. Oh, we allowed them to select what their deposit was for the month. Nobody's looking at it.
And just to add to that example as well, if I get the question from my operator saying, can you provide me some financial checks? I don't really want to do that. I can't be bothered to do that. Sign up for another operator. And then I do that for the next 20 years and I still don't run out of operators.
Yeah, Sarah, you were going to come in there?
Yeah, I was just going to raise a similar point, actually. I think one of the big concerns that I've heard of around the Irish legislation is that we just don't have the same data infrastructures like they have in the likes of the UK, and there's concerns around that, particularly around the identification, verification. I agree with your point on stake limits as well. I think, as Michael said, it comes down more to affordability than, you know, a blanket approach for everybody. I think it should be a little bit more nuanced. And I think things as well, like the AI tools that are emerging, I mentioned Mindway AI already, but the likes of GameScan and, you know, things that can identify markers of harm early and safeguard those players that are at risk at an early stage while they're playing sustainably, rather than a blanket approach to stakes and things like that.
Have we any other questions before we finish up? Simon.
Thank you. I have a little thought-provoking question. When you take a look at the accumulated harm from low-risk and medium-risk gamblers, it's much higher than the harm which comes from problem gamblers, because it's something that involves a lot of people. To some extent, it could be considered normal when you compare it with other activities. Perhaps you bought 3 pairs of shoes instead of 1. You needed just 1. Or you would spend a few more hours playing Call of Duty than you should have. Now, what positive play offers, as far as I understand, is to reduce this harm also from low-risk and medium-risk gamblers. And now the question is, from the consideration of the operator, wouldn't it be something that they might seem as discouraging? Because no one is gonna pester them if there is going to be a little harm over there and a little harm over there, and it means money from them. There are going to be no headlights. There is going to be nothing in the media, and also perhaps the people who will be experiencing it wouldn't be that much in their lives. But if they would put in positive play, they might get, you know, this kind of money wouldn't be there. What do you think about this?
Sorry, if I understand the question, you're asking if they go with if they take a risk-based approach where they, you know, a couple of people might get hurt here and there, but generally speaking, they're triage in most cases. Is that better for the operator than bringing in positive play? I didn't quite get the question. If that's how I understood it.
Yeah, I think that what we're saying is we step in even before what you're talking about there. So when positive play is not looking for any risk. Positive play is actually taking the proactive step that when someone is looking for risk, so Mindway, Neve's gone now from Mindway, so we don't have to plug a company anymore. But from Mindway, for example, if positive play was implemented perfectly, Mindway would be identifying a lot less people. So it's actually nothing to do with harm positive play. It's nothing to do with safer gambling, I would say. It's actually improving the customer experience, improving the gambling literacy of your customers. And in turn, by doing that, the operator can retain the customer, get a lifetime value of the customer, and also ensure the customer has a great experience using whatever product that may be, sportsbook, slots, whatever, online poker, whatever, or in venue poker. So that's, I think that hopefully that answers your question. If not, no, it doesn't. Oh, I tried my best.
So poker is a great example, right? Poker started off, when online poker started, there were poker schools, right? For all the sites had a kind of poker
Poker
school,
Stars and
right?
Full Tilt and all had them, yeah.
Everyone had a kind of, Playtech had one, everyone. And I've never seen a table game school. I've never seen a sports betting school, right? Type of approach from gambling companies, right? Just in terms of the mechanics of betting, the gambler's fallacy, all of those things, martingale is a load of rubbish, all of the things that the misconceptions, right? And then, so for me, it's about an educated customer is less likely to become an at-risk customer than a customer who goes in, especially young guys who sign up and whatever at Cheltenham Week or whatever it is, and they go in, they've no idea what they're signing up for, and they suddenly their arms in because they're trying to keep up their mates or some guy that they saw on TikTok or whatever it is, right? So it's about education in front of regulation and education in front of triage or treatment, and that's the kind of the thing that I take from the concept of positive play.
Yeah, I will finish up with this, but I would go even further than that. We teach financial literacy now in schools, so children are aware of what their earnings will be, what expenditure will be for things like gambling or things like Amazon or going crazy on Temu or overextending your credit cards. Taking positive play from what you all have said, and my own interpretation over the years, would be we should teach gambling. It's already in the mass, it's in the public, it's already in the zeitgeist of the entire population. Let's not pretend it's still dark holes somewhere. So we should teach that to children, at least an understanding of. You spoke of gambling literacy, I would also have spoken of gambling competency. Think of it like driving. You don't learn to drive from someone who survived a car accident. You have to do 12 lessons on how best practice. And yet that has proven that car accidents have still gone down. There will still be a level of harm, unfortunately, Simon, with all aspects of life. I'm not considering this an acceptable cost, but it does exist. We shouldn't lie about it. We're never going to eliminate it, but we should definitely try to mitigate it.
Yeah, there's a place for both, right? You need to learn to drive and get your driving license, and you also need a safety belt, and you also need what is it? The airbags, right? So it's not just let's put in the airbags. It's how do you wouldn't put a driver on the road without a license, and similarly, I think, but that's what we're doing at the moment. We're putting them on the road without a license, and then we're saying, oh well, sure, we've got a safety belt, and we've got an airbag, and there's an aluminium frame or whatever it is, or a roll bar in the car or whatever it is. That's the wrong approach.
Thank you very much. I know it's late. Thank you very much.